Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to this day of presentations. I think, to my knowledge, this is the first initiative which intersects religion and art practices to be hosted within an art department in the UK, and perhaps elsewhere. I'm not sure, but certainly the context of art and artists and practice is the logic of this event. My name is Nina Danino, and I'm a filmmaker and artist and a reader in fine art in the Department of Art at Goldsmiths. And the aim of this symposium is to bring together, it's interdisciplinary, and it's to bring together researchers, artists, and theorists to create possible maps of navigations through territories of spiritual and religion in visual arts, to redefine and shift the terms of the debate and frame of vision to some extent, and to see what emerges from our individual practices, investigations, and research placed in an experimental context of exchange. And this is a very experimental event. So I have what I felt was a fairly solitary role in this field in artist practice, with the exception of a few other artists, some of whom are here, for a while. And I greatly enjoyed this role and this place. But now I think I have to give it up because I can see that there is a keen and growing interest. And although I've had a mind to do something along these lines for a while, it seemed that now is the right time for this kind of symposium. Also in teaching in the studios, I do studio practice teaching. Occasionally I meet students who share theological interests and approaches, let's call them that, in their practices. I mean, and often they seemed to veil these interests. So in that sense, I'd like to thank Elena Unger, who is a graduate of the BA Fine Art, where we had great conversations, and for her support and encouragement to do this event at this time. So I thank you to the junior fellows, one of whom is Elena Unger, Dominic, Jaeckle, and Murat Agdas, for their curatorial input and production assistance. This event has taken about 14 months to organize, and originally it was set to take place in the deconsecrated church, St. James Hatcham, which is part of our studios at Goldsmiths for the BA Fine Art, and was originally the setting for the COVID postponed April symposium. And that was conceived as an in-person symposium in a room, and going online has allowed it to expand to visitors from outside the UK, I believe some from the US as well. And going online has been a steep learning curve. And I would like to thank the tech team, Robert Hall and Megan Benson, who are behind the scenes today. They have been amazing. This event is also supported by a Chase grant, and I am very grateful to Stephen Colburn for this support, and to Rosamund Eel at Goldsmiths. I would particularly and especially like to thank Professor Jeffrey Guy, a professor of film studies, and he is the director of the Center for Film and Screen Studies, University of Essex, and is the Chase partner for this event. Because without him, it couldn't have happened. And thank you to the art research in the art department at Goldsmiths and its ex-head of program, Kristen Kreider, who was so receptive and warm and supportive of this event, and to make it part of the graduate research program. So we have a great lineup for today, which I'm very, very honored to welcome and very excited to listen and to hear their presentations. A key word for today, I hope, will be enjoyment. I hope that you will enjoy the presentations and take part in the Q&As, and I warmly welcome you all. Thank you. So the first person on is myself. So now I have introduced myself, and I think I can go on to my presentation proper. Okay. So I decided to give my presentation on my film, a film called Stabat Mater, and it seems a long time ago now that I made it in 1990. But I have included a new work in the lunch break film program. It's called Nocturn 2, and I did it in April. But I chose Stabat Mater because it initiated a new phase in my work in experimental visual language. And also it was made at a very feverish and productive time in the context of the London Filmmakers Co-op, particularly around women's work who were working with different film languages and trying different experiments, and thinking about issues such as not just women, of course, men too, but there was a range of issues that people were tackling, if you like, and they range from cultural identity, sexual identity, subjectivity, I think those cover the sort of the general tenet of experiments. And one of the film historians, a historian of the sector, David Curtis, said that in that atmosphere, in that context of the 80s at the London Filmmakers Co-op, I, with this film, provocatively added the Catholic religion to the brew of women's experimental film. So it's this idea of adding the Catholic religion, or Catholic religion as he calls it, to the brew that sparked off, kind of impacted something for me in my language, and presumably in his view also added something to it. So prior to this, my films did not touch on this theme, and being Catholic did not play, which I had stopped being since I was 16, did not play a part in my personal or artistic life. And the films that I made in the 80s actually were not really religiously inflected or had no religious reference. So this film, Stabat Mater, was made actually in 1990, on the cusp of that, at the end of all that 80s work. So, the order of the film is as follows. It's black, there's a title, there's a quote 1 over black, there's a palm tree and a swaying Madonna and what's called a saeta, there's a speaking section, quote 2, blue spacing, and saeta 2. So just by way of introduction, Stabat Mater is a very intense and dense film, which is like a nucleus, tightly wound up, and it's based on the central feminine principle, and it resembles what was said about Molly Bloom, who speaks in chapter 18 of Ulysses, on which the lines that I choose are taken, from which the lines that I choose are taken, that it is like a tight spring which unfurls and expands outwards around mythological, topological, and cosmological body, a mythological, topological, and cosmological body. Thus, it is a film that is both condensed and also looks very free and fluid. And rather than say too much about it or interpret it, which is something I don't want to do, I would like to offer Stabat Mater to be enjoyed. And then we can take up the conversation afterwards. But I would like to maybe offer some key points which were important to me at the time of making, which is the role of the voice and how I was going to do it, how I was going to perform it, how I was going to put across the idea of the feminine in film, I was reading French feminist approaches to the feminine and concepts such as the semiotic, jouissance, and écriture féminine from writers such as Hélène Cixous, Lacan, and Kristeva, which were very exciting to me at the time and offered new ways of thinking the image. I was reading Ulysses because of the Gibraltar chapter, which is chapter 18, which acted as a map to a place I knew. I was reading feminist critiques of that chapter and literary approaches to Joyce's female character, such as Suzette Henkes and other critiques of that literary space. Also, I had seen interpretations of the monologue in film and theatre, and I was very disappointed because they seemed very literal transpositions. And I thought that the figure of the female character was delimited by these interpretations. So I also added the religious element, you could say, because of the connection to the Stabat Mater. And there were a number of mothers, a nameless place, a lost mother, the Stabat Mater, and there may be others. I prepared small drawings of a triptych altarpiece. I think there were those portable altarpieces that you get where the flaps close onto them as a structure, a religious organization for the film. And I introduced overtly Spanish Catholic references, but I had in fact recorded through the Saeta, which is I had recorded the Saeta before I started filming. And they were not they were a known form to me. I knew them, but I had kind of forgotten about it, and I was sort of rediscovering it. And you might be interested in the form of the Saeta and want to ask about that later. So the influence on my work of Spanish Catholicism is something I'm thinking about more now, but I wasn't thinking about it then in that way. I was not really thinking that that's what I was doing. And then there was another important event around the film, which was the exhibition, the premiere of the film at the London Filmmakers Co-op itself as part of the London Film Festival in a program. And then that was where you heard a song and the swaying Virgin in the cinema at the London Filmmakers Co-op. And I could talk about that if you want. That had a big impact on me in an interesting way in retrospect. It was a completely outside, liminal kind of event. And I ask myself now both about experimental film as religious, as a form of religious idiom in some way in my work, and also as a form of iconoclasm, which is much more familiar. The film, I just wanted to say, was shot on a Super 8 and transferred to 16mm at the London Filmmakers Co-op optical printer, which was a big part of it. It is frame for frame. There are no effects, unlike the wonderful film Sermon that you're going to see in the lunch break. I didn't do any effects. The making of the film in the way is in the filming and the editing and the post-production. It was also a big part of the performance of the film, that it is a film about editing, pace, and rhythm. And I found a file of the film which represents it as a material object with the leader, the sound plop, and so forth. And I thought I would show that rather than the more pristine digital restored version, which is in the Lux DVD. And I would just offer it up for enjoyment, and I'd love to answer any questions afterwards, and also to see how it resonates 30 years later, but also to talk about these more general questions around experimental film and the Catholic relationship to that. Thank you very much. So I would like to play the film.
The voice in each woman is not only her own, but springs from the deepest layers of her psyche. Her speech becomes the echo of the primeval song she once heard. The voice, the incarnation of the first voice of love, which all women preserve alive. In each woman sings the first nameless love.
Ay, 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 esperanza, esperanza. Ay, madre mía. Ay, 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 que a mi madre tengo mala, sálvala tú, reina mía, que a mi madre tengo mala, sálvala tú, reina mía.
A quarter after. What an unearthly hour. I suppose they're getting up in China now. We'll soon have the nuns ringing the Angelus. They've nobody coming in to spoil their sleep, except an odd priest or two for his night office. The alarm clock next door at Cockshot clattering the brains out of itself. Let me see if I can doze off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What kind of flowers are those they invented like stars? A nice plant for the middle of the table. I'd get that cheaper in. Wait, where's this? I saw them not long ago. I love flowers. I'd love to have the whole place swimming in roses. God of heaven, there's nothing like nature, the wild mountains and the sea and the waves rushing, then the beautiful country with fields of oats and wheat and all kinds of things and all the fine cattle going about. Would do your heart good to see rivers and lakes and flowers and all sorts of shapes and smells and colours and springing up even out of the ditches, primroses and violets. Nature, it is as for them saying there's no God. I wouldn't give a snap of my 2 fingers for all their learning. Why don't they go and create something, I often ask them. Atheists, or whatever they call themselves, go and wash the cobbles off themselves first. Then they go howling for the priest, and they dying. And why? Why, because they're afraid of hell on account of their bad conscience. Ah, yes, I know them well. Who was the first person in the universe before there was anybody that made it? All. Who? Ah, they don't know, neither do I. So there you are. You might as well ask the sun to stop rising tomorrow. The sun shines for you, he said. Yes, he said, I was a flower of the mountain. Yes, so we are all flowers, all a woman's body. Yes, that was one true thing he said in his life. And the sun shines for you today. Yes, that was why I liked him, because I knew that he understood or felt what a woman is. And I knew I could always get round him and gave him all the pleasure I could, leading him on, till he asked me to say yes. And I wouldn't answer first, only looked out over the sea and the sky. I was thinking of so many things he didn't know of. Mulvey and Mr. Stanhope and Hester and my mother, and the sailors playing All Birds Fly, and I say stoop, and washing up dishes they call it on the pier, and the sentry in front of the governor's house with the thing around his white helmet, poor devil, half roasted, and the Spanish girls laughing in their shawls and their tall combs, and the auctions in the morning, the Greeks and the Jews and the Arabs, and the devil knows who else from all the ends of Europe. And the old castle thousands of years old, yes, and those handsome Moors all in white and with turbans like kings, asking you to sit down in the little bit of a shop. The night we missed the boat at Algeciras, the watchman going about serene with his lamp, and oh, that deep down torrent, oh, and the sea crimson sometimes like fire, and the glorious sunsets, and the fig trees in the Alameda gardens, yes, and all the queer little streets, and the pink and blue and yellow houses, and the rose gardens, and the jessamine and geraniums and cactuses, and Gibraltar as a girl, where I was a flower of the mountain, yes, when I put the rose in my hair like the Andalusian girls used, or shall I wear red? Yes, and my mother, yes, the fun we had running along Willis's Road to Europa Point, twisting in and out all round the other side, yes, and she kissed me and called me her mountain flower, yes, and first I put my arms around her, yes, and drew her to me, yes, and her breasts all perfume, yes, and my heart was going like mad, and yes, I said, yes, I will, yes. Voice, inexhaustible milk, she has been found again, the lost mother, eternity, it is the voice mixed with milk.
Ay, 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 ay. Mare mia, mare mia, de la esperanza, de la Macarena. Tú eres del mundo sevillana, eres la madre de Dios. Ay, 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 y estrella de la mañana, estrella de la mañana. Ay, 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 y estrella de la mañana.
So I guess now I just really, having given a context and shown the film, just open to your questions and any responses that you might like me to respond to. I was really interested in the pace, especially of voice, hurried, breathless, as if trying to record everything. Yes, that's from Jorella. Yeah, I really thought about the voice because previously to this film, I had been speaking. I do the narration to all of my films, and I had been speaking in a much more measured tone and much more paced out, and it was much more durational. With this film, it really became much more a more performative type of approach. And it was really literally about, of course, the chapter 18 is huge, as is Ulysses huge, and the question becomes what to say. And for me, it was very much about trying to find a language through which one could say things. And the choice of words or the lack of them or the way that it's performed is very much about that urgency. Because there was also like a critical urgency around me at the time in relation to, you know, how how to represent things that were not able to be represented so easily or didn't have representation even. So the way that it's spoken is very much gathering in that context, but also my own performative development, really, because it was the first time that I was able to do that. And the way I did it is another story, but it was done live, and what you hear is the one take that I did live in the editing suite. And I did it in an editing suite that had a microphone. I mean, the film is film, but the post-production is on video. And I did it in a primitive editing suite that had a microphone. So I spoke it as I edited it. So the editing and the speaking were in relation to each other. Thank you for that, Jorella. Can you speak to the difference in modulation between the spoken word, the passages, and the song? The singer's voice is highly melismatic, whereas the spoken word passages feature an almost purposely flat quality. Can you talk about the meaning of this? Thank you. That's from Adam Niekirk. Yes. It was when I mentioned that I'd seen these interpretations in theatre of the monologue, one of the disappointments was precisely that, the acting, the acted nature of them, that they kind of embodied a character. And that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to disembody, dematerialize the character, or not even deal with character at all, but to kind of take this material and to kind of, like I said earlier, to sort of expand it out materially. So for me, and also on the previous narrations, it had been very important to sit on that edge between characterization and embodiment and disembodiment. Not Brechtian, not alienation, but to allow for the body, for the subject to be present. The subject was very important. It wasn't to do with emptying the subject. It was to do with subjectifying, but at the same time to allow a distance. And so therefore my speaking had to be at a certain point of performance and no further. And then of course when I asked my mother to sing those two songs, I asked them precisely because of the emotional charge. So the two things are in a sense pressing against each other. And a saeta is a melismatic form, which is a very particular structure. I mean, it goes up and up and up and up, and it reaches a point of exaltation, and then it ends. So my mother improvised those saetas, but saetas are always to some extent also improvised, although they are also highly structured. So yeah, so I mean, I think this day will have a lot of song in it actually, and this is quite lovely, you know, to bring song back and to think about the value, you know, the beauty and value of song and the emotional expressivity of song. So now I'm thinking more about those saetas, whereas before maybe my speaking parts were more like my focus, but now I can see the strength of the saetas and the singing. Does that answer your question? From Holly Slingsby, can you say more about the use of a lament and the mention of the lost mother? Well, this is complicated because, I mean, one can look at it psychoanalytically, you know, in terms of what the lost mother, what the maternal is. Okay, in terms of the title, the Stabat Mater means, of course, there stood the mother. It's the hymn, the 13th, 14th century hymn set to music. But it was also, as I said, I was reading the Stabat Mater, Kristeva's essay Stabat Mater, and what Kristeva says about the Stabat Mater is that the figure of the Virgin and the Stabat Mater stands in a place, a nameless place, a place of emptiness, and that we put representations in that place. That Christianity is very good at putting representations of the Mother, the Virgin Mary, in order to cover up the trauma, I think, of the absence of the maternal, or the way that the maternal may be repressed in the culture. So she writes about her own maternal state in Stabat Mater, and she writes this other theoretical. And so anyway, I was reading this, and so the Stabat Mater is already the place of a nameless place, the lost mother. But also in the text of Molly Bloom, Joyce puts in a lost mother, because in the literary text, there is a lost and wandering mother. So there are many mothers. So the Stabat Mater is the nameless place, but it also in terms of the character in the literary novel, there is a lost mother that she never knew. And she was a wandering mother, and she was a Jewess of the town, and she was lost. And it's a very and that has a whole literary kind of thread that goes in that direction, which I'm not going to go down, but it has a literary thread. So the lost mother, the lost mother is the loss that's needed to create jouissance in Kristeva's, it is the loss that creates the plenitude. So the loss has to be there. So a broader question from Jorella Andrews. Provoked by the opening words of the film, do you think that the works that we make know more than we do, including more about us? Jorella, I think so, and I would be very open now to allowing these works to overtake me and to sort of allow myself to be immersed in them in some way, which I'm trying to do here. But the fact is that the way that these works were made was in an intellectual climate, especially at the London Filmmakers Co-op. They're very highly self-conscious works. They're not, it looks free and easy, it looks flowing, improvisational, but as we know, improvisation is never really totally improvised. And although there are elements, and although we give ourselves up to them and to the confusion and to the just following our instincts, I do feel that the structures that I was party to at that time greatly influenced the way I made this film, as with other films, but as with everybody else's films, as you will see with John Woodman's or with Nick Gordon-Smith. But we lived in a very intense, very self-conscious environment of film language. So yes to some part of your question, but no to others, because it is a structure, it is a language, and I was looking, and it created a new film language. So that is deliberate. John Harvey says, can you talk about the function of the mechanisms and sensibility of tourist film culture to the meaning of the whole? Tourist film culture, well, I was to some extent a tourist because I was going back, I lived in London and I come from Gibraltar. So in a way, it was going back to places I knew. And Joyce never visited Gibraltar. Joyce reconfigured Gibraltar in that chapter through research. He just went to libraries and worked it all out from a library. He knew Dublin, but he didn't know Gibraltar. But everything that he puts into that chapter is, I recognize names, places, people. It was just quite fascinating to connect up with it. There was a girl in my class whose name featured in that chapter, whose surname features in that chapter. So it was kind of quite fascinating to connect up. So tourism, no. And I think that also in terms of the Saeta, yes, I am on the limits in relation to the Saeta, for example. In relation to place, I would say I was a stranger to some extent, going back to some extent, but also an insider. So this idea of insider, outsider is very important to me. To be liminal is very important. And in relation to the Saeta, I don't want to go into that, but the Saeta was not a foreign form to me, although it wasn't in my generational language. I was listening to rock music. So in that sense, it was foreign, and it was a new portal into this territory. So I don't know exactly what you mean by tourist culture, but yeah, I don't know what you mean by tourist culture, but to some extent, yes, I became a tourist as well. Yes. From Michael Newman, can you say something about the location and why you chose what you did? The Virgin is perhaps obvious. The radar, Dish Street, named. I simply followed the map that Joyce gave me. Joyce maps Gibraltar, and I made my own map from his mapping. So I remapped myself onto his map. And I then entered the Alameda Gardens, which he doesn't enter. I entered the Alameda Gardens, which is a symbolic site for me, which I entered again in the next film. And I left it in the Alameda Garden, which is a symbolic place. Of course, the garden has much symbolic potential. And there seems to be the poles of separation or loss, memory, and ecstasy. Yes, I think, I'm not sure. And when you cut to the trees and the sky, well, I think cutting to the trees and the sky is cutting to the infinite. And it gives one the potential to spring into the next moment of production. And I did that. I think what I did, I just want to finalize by saying, because we've come to the end, I think I just want to finalize by saying that adding this Catholic discourse enabled me to make not a window, but a portal, a door into matching it with a feminine and creating a door to a more enhanced possibility. And so, and it gave me also the language to begin to articulate in a very intense way, an emotional way, what previously I had found languages for, but to a more heightened language within experimental film, which we haven't discussed, and hopefully we'll take it up on another occasion. But the whole potential of experimental film for that ecstasy, and it's precisely experimental film that enabled that ecstasy, because as I said earlier, it couldn't be done in standard languages of theater and standard languages of narrative film. I think
that concludes the question. Thank you so much, Nina. That was incredible. But we are now going to move on to the next speaker. So, Nina.
Yes. So now, thank you very much, Elena, for that reminder. And thank you all very much for those amazing questions. Now, Chloe is the next person who is going to present, and I can't wait to hear her paper. Chloe Reddaway is an art historian and theologian. She works in visual theology and Christian art, focusing on the potential of historic works of art for contemporary theology. She teaches at King's College London, Centre for Arts and the Sacred at King's, and Duke Divinity School, Duke Initiatives in Theology and the Arts. Her recent publications include Transformations in Persons and Paint, Visual Theology, Historical Images and the Modern Viewer, 2016, and Strangeness and Recognition, Mystery and Familiarity in Renaissance Images of Christ, 2019, both shortlisted for the Art and Christianity Mercer's Award. Her public engagement work includes films for the National Gallery, and you can see her on YouTube, which are amazing presentations. So the title of her paper is Jacopo Bassano's Veronica, Revelations and Reflections of an Artist's Witness. Thank you, Chloe.
Thank you very much, Nina. I'm currently working on a range of projects, but my primary interest is in how art, and particularly painting, can form and transform its viewer's relationship with God. And my focus is on what I think of as the recovery of historical images for contemporary theology and contemporary faith. I'm interested in what our historical images can tell us, not just about their original context, but about the living questions of theology now and about living as a Christian today. Experiments with approaching art in this way suggest that it enables interpretations of artworks and relationships with artworks, which are constructive, enriching, and crucially open-ended. So with only 15 minutes today, I thought I would show you a painting which I got to know when I was working at the National Gallery as their fellow in art and religion, and which I think might give you some idea of the kind of visual theology that I'm talking about. So I'm going to try and share my screen, and I hope you can now all see this painting by Jacopo Bassano of Christ on the Way to Calvary. And I got to know this painting when we were involved in a Stations of the Cross art pilgrimage across London during Lent 2016. At the same time, I was working on some ideas about the image of Christ in Renaissance art and thinking about how artists then were meeting the enormous challenge of trying to depict someone who is fully God and fully man, and some of the strange and surprising ways in which they responded to that problem. So I started looking at Bassano's painting with those thoughts in mind. As you'll see, the scene is of Saint Veronica offering Christ her veil to wipe the sweat from his face. When he returns it to her, his face is imprinted on it as a portrait on the cloth. Veronica is a legendary figure, and this isn't a gospel account, let alone a historical one, but she was and is a hugely popular saint, and the legend has been a very important one. And I think this painting raises some interesting points about the image of Christ and about the role of art and artists in Christian life. It is in part a picture about picture making, and specifically about the making of the first image of the adult Christ. It's also a picture about a particular incidence of what we might now call Christian witness, which is affirmed with the unlooked for gift of Christ's image. Veronica herself is a composite figure. Her story is created out of a number of different women's stories. She's a fascinating unification of opposites. The stories around her bring together impure bloodletting and redemptive bloodletting, imprint and absence, a prostitute and a holy woman, the idea of a gorgon and the ideal of a compassionate saint. And she has also encapsulated some deep insights about visuality and seeing. She saw Christ, and she carried away with her the imprint of his face on her veil, for which reason she is the patron saint of photographers and also of launderers. That image on the veil became, according to the legend, a model for subsequent pictures of Christ and established their claims for authenticity. So this legendary incident about a composite figure has had long-term implications for how Christians have imagined the face of Christ. Or perhaps the ways in which Christians have thought about Christ's face have enabled the various legends to coalesce into the figure of Veronica. Whichever way round you think about it, Veronica is an ideal figure to present the image of Christ as someone who reconciles and holds in balance some pretty significant dichotomies. She is also able to show us the face of the person who possesses the most confounding combination of natures, being fully human and fully divine. Veronica's veil is a revelation. It is an unveiling, a revealing, and artists have employed the Veronica, saint and image, to explore both metaphorical and literal ways in which God is revealed in the fabric of material human existence. Now, fabric has a very rich history as an expressive medium or a visual metaphor for revelation. The dynamics of veiling and unveiling, of revealing, have been enormously generative in Christian art, and the interplay of fabric, clothes, veils, curtains, drapes, and so on, has often been an important element in how an artwork functions theologically and devotionally. Using fabric as a revelatory medium has an obvious symbolic logic to it. When you remove a cloth, you can see what it was concealing. And it has an immediate scriptural resonance in the removal of the barrier between man and God, which is dramatized in the gospel accounts of the crucifixion by the tearing of the temple curtain. Now, we could get thoroughly diverted here by talking about the temple curtain or veil and its relationship to Christ's body, among other things. I'm going to bypass that, but let's just note that fabric, as used in Christian art, often carries revelatory and incarnational connotations. And there are rich associations between fabric in the sense of cloth, material, or stuff, and the fabric of existence more widely in the sense of the material world and the stuff of daily earthly life. And this interplay between the material and the divine, which fabrics can facilitate, is epitomized by the image of Veronica's veil. It recurs in a material form in both senses of the word, which does not simply move aside to reveal a vision as curtains would, but which actively bears the revelation imprinted on its fabric. Indeed, it offers a powerful metaphor for the unity of Christ's divine and human natures, the material manifesting the image of God. And in some of the most interesting Veronica images, there is a sophisticated interplay between the ways in which Veronica's veil reveals Christ and the ways in which Veronica herself does so. Artists have employed the saint herself as well as her veil to explore metaphorical and literal ways in which God is revealed in ordinary material existence. Before we turn to the Bassano painting in more detail, let's just look at this diptych by Hans Memling for a moment. If I can make my screen do that. On the left, we see St. John the Baptist pointing to a lamb, the Lamb of God. On the right, Veronica and her veil. The veil shows us Christ's face, but Memling has created a parallel between Veronica's face and the face of Christ. Her white headdress frames her face and sets her against a white cloth background like Christ's. The folds of cloth hanging down over her shoulders mirror the fall of Christ's hair. And at the same time, Memling draws our attention to her femininity and to her humble compassion by suggesting a comparison or a similarity with the Virgin. Her red and blue clothing and her seated position on the ground surrounded by flowers remind us of a Madonna of humility, holding the Christ child who might be lying on or wrapped in another white cloth. And here is an example by Robert Campin. Perhaps there's also something of the Pietà here, the Virgin with the dead Christ in her lap. And the whiteness of Veronica's cloth is picked up by the white lamb in Memling's left panel. Because the landscape between the two panels is continuous, one can follow John's finger towards the lamb and also on towards the face of Christ, so that John simultaneously directs us to the symbol and the man. I find myself wondering whether, as John points towards the isolated head, he's also perhaps pointing us towards his own future death, which of course prefigures Christ's. And here, the solitary head of Christ presented to the viewer by Veronica forms a positive counterpart to that decapitated head of the Baptist as presented by Herod to Salome. It's a link which reveals the cost, human as well as divine, of God's incarnate revelation. And that human cost is also, I think, powerfully, if subtly, indicated in Bassano's painting of Veronica. Although perhaps one has to look a little harder to see it here, Christ is not the only one revealed in this image. Bassano's Veronica has just unveiled, revealed if we like, herself by removing the veil covering her head. Rather than simply presenting Christ with a spare handkerchief, her act of generosity comes at the cost of her own modesty. While the other women remain discreetly covered, their eyes downcast, Veronica is now kneeling in the road, bareheaded, in the company of these rough, muscle-bound soldiers. And Bassano's Veronica mirrors the Christ she serves. Her crown of plaits echoes his crown of thorns, and her posture reflects his. Memling showed us Veronica in the guise of the Madonna, reminding us of her humility and her sorrow, connecting the face of God, the Son, with the face of a woman, and pointing us towards the martyrdom which the Baptist would suffer as a prefiguration of Christ's death. Bassano's Veronica responds to Christ's suffering by voluntarily sharing some of his voluntary degradation. Unveiled, on her knees, in the dirt, she reveals her own holiness. However, her unveiling is not the only material indication of Veronica's capacity to share in Christ's suffering. As she kneels, her red overdress is rumpled up, and we can see her white petticoat beneath it. The petticoat is made in sections, loosely stitched together so that it gapes, leaving these openings through which one can see a dark green undergarment. And although Christ is fully clothed at this stage of the narrative, the shape of these openings prefigures the shape of his side wound in other images, a narrow, almond-shaped gash made by the lance. The fabric in which these wound-like openings appear is also marked with dark vertical stitch marks, reminiscent of the flagellation marks on Christ's skin. Because he's robed in Bassano's painting, we can't see these, but the dark stitches on the white cloth of the petticoat make a visual reference to the marks which have already made an impression on Christ's flesh. As Veronica offers her white veil to receive the impression of his face, her white underclothes show the viewer what has already happened to Christ's body and something of what is still to come. The violent marks inflicted on a helpless body by men intent on its painful destruction contrast strongly with the gentle imprint of a face on a cloth given by a woman responding to that pain and degradation. The marks on flesh and the mark of flesh on fabric could hardly be more dissimilar in this respect, but one reveals the other. At the moment Bassano has depicted, the impression of Christ's face has not yet been made. Veronica is offering her veil, and Christ is looking at the white cloth as if at a mirror. Unlike the Memling, in which Veronica holds up the imprinted cloth for us to see, here Christ is in the position which we would normally have. We don't see the fabric image of the face, and in a sense we don't need to, because we are presented with its prototype. On Bassano's canvas, Christ's face is both visible and invisible to us, shown and hidden, present and future, if you like. The visuality associated with the veil is strangely reversed here. Veronica herself is unveiled, revealed, and revealing of Christ in the way that she reflects his suffering in her posture and her garments, while Christ's imprinted face remains a veiled future event. Bassano presents Veronica in the compassion of her response to Christ's suffering, as she enacts the role of Christian witness and of artist witness, perhaps even of performance artist, receiving the unexpected gift of Christ's image and thereby becoming a foundational figure in the story of Christian art. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chloe. There is a question here that I can read out to you from Michael Newman.
Thank you.
Okay, yes. So the one from Michael Newman says, Veronica is the only one looking at Christ. It says something about looking and seeing, and also perhaps reflexively about the role of painting as showing. The other one who sees Christ is the viewer of the painting. So the painting as revelation, perhaps, or painting as revelation. So that also identifies the viewer with Christ, exclamation mark.
Yes, I think there is an element of identification there. I find the potential for seeing the fabric as almost like a mirror for Christ, perhaps more compelling visually within the image. And I think perhaps we are more closely aligned with Veronica. And it's very interesting, in fact, to kneel in front of that painting and put oneself in a similar posture to her. It's hung fairly low, so one can actually get quite close to her viewpoint and to look at Christ from that position of kneeling in the road alongside her. But yes, I think that's an interesting point about an element of identification with Christ through what we can see, through who can see what. I think it also is part of the way in which Veronica is privileged in that image. It's almost as if everybody else steps back and retreats for a moment while she is looking at Christ, while she is handing her veil. Even the soldiers, who have such energy and movement in the way that they are painted, seem to be frozen just for a second. There's this fluttering veil, which I always think reminds me slightly of the flag of the resurrection, which seems to be just frozen for that second while she's there in the road, as if everything has paused. And in fact, if there were indeed the momentum of the movement of those people coming through the street, it's hard to imagine that she wouldn't already have been sort of run over by the people behind her. But there's this sudden frozen focus, almost in a filmic or a photographic way, perhaps.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, there's a sense in which it's a kind of a slowing down of something, or even maybe a freeze frame, perhaps a slowing down of something. There's a question here from Amy Plewis. Is there a tangible link between Eastern Orthodox icons of Christ's face and how Veronica's veil came to be represented in Western Christian art?
Okay, I'm going to try and be very careful about how I answer this because I am not an icon expert. I presume from the fact that you've said a tangible link, that you mean a specific inheritance within the imagery and not an inheritance based on the legend itself, because there are various legends about Veronica's veil, about the Mandylion, about early authentic images of Christ, which were used as a way of conferring authenticity on other very early images of Christ, and which were then copied and copied. So there is a sense in which whatever that earliest image actually was has created a whole chain of subsequent images. Of course, within the icon tradition, there is change and there is development, but there is also a much closer set of conventions or restrictions on the way in which Christ's face is portrayed. And I think it is fair to say that those have continued for longer periods of time, have taken longer to change and to develop, although they do. And that when it is really possible to say there is Western art as opposed to Eastern Orthodox art, or alongside Eastern Orthodox art, then you begin to get a much greater variety in the depiction of Christ. But there is an extraordinary similarity, an extraordinary agreement around what Christ ought to look like, such that it's noticeable when Christ doesn't look the way you somehow expect him to. So I don't know if that answers the question directly, but there is a very strong chain of transmission, if you like.
There's a question here from Catherine Dormer. In amongst all of the revealing and unveiling cloths, there is also the canvas on which it is painted too.
Yes, absolutely.
That is a cloth as well.
It is a very nice point that this is not a panel painting, it's a canvas painting, and it is yet another cloth, and it will have started off as a white cloth, and it bears that imprint. And yeah, it's a very nice point. Thank you.
From Pavlina Kasparova, the way how Veronica is revealing herself by taking her veil off and showing her petticoat makes her very vulnerable. She is called the real icon, and in this understanding she reflects Christ's vulnerability in the moment of his death. Do you think this was for this purpose, in order to reveal Christ's vulnerability as well as her own? I mean, through her vulnerability, she reveals Christ.
Yes, I do. I think Veronica in Bassano's depiction is hugely vulnerable, and her vulnerability is expressed in large part through the clothes that have either been removed or runkled up, that we see her not in the full amount and arrangement of fabric that she would have left the house with that morning. I think her vulnerability is definitely expressed through those fabrics, and also through her posture, the way she is kneeling in the road. She is very vulnerable in her physical stance as well, and she's directly mirroring Christ in that.
Just got two questions here, which, as we have 1 minute left, it would be nice to try and maybe get them both in. So from Siegfried to everyone, yes, I agree with Catherine Catherine's comment, I am also reminded of the Virgin of Guadalupe, which is supposed to have miraculously appeared on the tilma belonging to the indigenous man Juan Diego. And then I'll read the other one, and then you can sort of maybe navigate both. And from Teresa Calonje, I am thinking of the place where these veils are exposed, revealed. Where was it meant to be seen, experienced, and where is it now? Every place has a certain viewer and point of view. Can you say something about that?
So there are, again, all kinds of legends about what happened to Veronica's veil and to other miraculous contact relics or imprints of faces in very early Christian history. And there are innumerable stories of miraculous images that have occurred since, some appearing on cloth, some where angels have finished the artist's work, or stories like that. And some of them become important relics. Veronica's veil itself, per se, doesn't exist anymore, if it ever did. There isn't a Veronica's veil that you can go and see, but there are, how can I put this? There are cloth depictions of Christ, which remain enormously important. And of course, the Turin Shroud has a place within that panoply. But I think that's probably a bit too big a question to start going into now.
Thank you very much, Chloe. That was amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We now move on to, thank you, that was fantastic. So Adam Niekirk is the next presentation. Adam, hello. Adam Niekirk is a PhD candidate in creative writing at the University of Essex. His dissertation focuses on the life and thought of the poet and philosopher Samuel Taylor Coleridge, 1772 to 1834. Adam's previously published work includes a book of poems, Songs for the Dead, 2016, as well as work published in the Coleridge Bulletin and the journal Teaching Philosophy. Before he started his PhD program, he was a lecturer in philosophy at Westfield State University in Massachusetts. So the title of his paper is How Does Coleridgean Theology Inform the Poetry of His Life? Thank you, Adam.
Thank you, Nina. Okay, so before I read the paper itself, which is here in front of me, I thought I should give a little bit of background on Coleridge, as well as on my project. I'll just say a couple of things. So many people probably know that Coleridge was one of the founding figures of British Romanticism. Along with William Wordsworth, in 1798, they published lyrical ballads anonymously, and it was considered to initiate a kind of revolution in poetry at that time, although it was widely derided. And a lot of people sort of know Coleridge's work from this period, either through sort of kind of absorbing it through what you might think of as the high school curriculum. When he's, the Ancient Mariner is taught often, anthologized often, Kubla Khan taught often, anthologized often, and Christabel, and critics like John Beer have called these the mystery poems. And so Coleridge is sort of considered to be this almost mystical poet figure. He was also famously addicted to opium. And so he kind of gives off this patina of, the inspired poet from the old times. And there's a bit of a sort of, I'm not sure how to put it. He kind of becomes larger than life in a way. And he becomes the voice that creates these really interesting, but in some senses very difficult to understand poems. They're not as syntactically interesting as the symbolist poems, but they are forerunners of symbolism. And one of the things I'll be talking about today is Coleridge's theory of the symbol, and how I kind of try to use that in my own writing. And then on the other end of the spectrum, you have the question of biography, right? And what is a biography? How do we think about the entirety of a human life? How do we think about the best way to record the entirety of a human life? And what do we emphasize? with someone like Coleridge, it's interesting to think about writing a biography of Coleridge, which is essentially what my dissertation is, because he was in a way sort of a two-faced person, maybe three or four-faced kind of person. He has the fullness of a human person about him, and then at the same time, it seems like most of the people that came into contact with him in his life, and then people who've written about him sort of in his afterlife, you sort of either love or hate Coleridge. You sort of either think of him as kind of a champion of humanism or a champion of Christianity. You think of him as, an inspired writer, or you think of him as a drug addict, a failure as a father and husband. And there were, episodes of his life that were very sad, almost tragic. And so I was, as soon as I discovered him several years ago, I was immediately kind of obsessed with him myself. So today I'm going to be reading from my dissertation. So I will be reading poetry, but first I have there's a kind of a nest of critical writing that it's in. And I sort of want that to be that way in a way so that people do kind of experience in real time this difference between the prose delivery of ideas, right, which will be most of it, and then the part that's poetry and the way that differs. Because part of the sort of implicit point of what I'm doing is to show, do we show life differently? Do we talk about life differently when we use poetry to talk about it rather than prose? And then beyond that, I will be discussing some of Coleridge's theological ideas as well. All right. And one of the questions which Coleridge asked incessantly was, how do we experience the sacred in everyday life? While his part in the formation of the seminal collection of lyrical ballads, published in 1798, was to furnish supernatural poems, such as the Rime of the Ancient Mariner, he would eventually come to articulate a theory of the symbol in a prose work called The Statesman's Manual, published almost 20 years later. This theory would make him far more suited to a philosophy of everyday life, despite his talents as a supernatural poet. In The Statesman's Manual, Coleridge describes the symbol as a living thing, which represents a higher and essentially religious dimension of life through a primary quality that he calls translucence. Because transcendental reality is unknowable by us in its fullness and plenitude, the symbol works to make this reality known to us not only through representation, but also through participation. As Coleridge writes, the symbol, quote, always participates in the reality which it renders intelligible. This means that to encounter a symbol is to gain an aesthetic awareness of a living idea. Thus, the connection between everyday life and what Coleridge called the correspondent world of spirit is akin to seeing the world of human life as living in a kind of hidden object game. A hidden object game is a variety of puzzle video game where the player stands in a room of usually common items and tries to find one that has been pre-selected for a list of items whose significance is seemingly arbitrary. But in fact, discovering all of the hidden items on the list, usually by clicking them or touching them if you have a touchscreen, engages advancement to the next stage of the game. In just the same way, the theory of the symbol means that some objects we encounter may be invested with a hidden significance in the fact that they are translucent, being participants in a higher reality. But this fact only shifts the question to the ground of symbol selection, prompting us to ask such questions as, which objects are eligible to be symbols? Who chose the symbols, and why were these symbols chosen? Being a Christian, Coleridge did not believe that symbolization as a metaphysical phenomenon was arbitrary. Indeed, the very existence of a concept such as the symbol would presuppose an irreducible element of not only consciousness, but of personality as well. For it is somewhat meaningless to speak of significance as the subjective aspect of translucence without presupposing a mind which not only selects, but selects based on its own preferences or prejudices. In my poetry, I have attempted to bring these types of concerns together in a single texture, defining poetry as a field of overdetermined objects whose significance is construed along a number of axes. A mimetic axis, say the word guitar refers to a real guitar in a possible world. A semantic axis, the word guitar means a six-stringed instrument, etc. There's a symphonic axis. The word guitar sounds like other words or sounds. The placement of the word guitar alters the poem's soundscape. A cultural axis, so the idea of a guitar is embedded in a language world, and the poem is a species of language world. And a what I'm calling a complex hyperaxis, which represents the kind of interactions taking place between these more simple axes. So in the following excerpt from the poem, the young Coleridge has just been saved from death by drowning after falling into an icy pond where he was attempting to save another child who had fallen in. He's recovering in a room in his rescuer's house when he sees his father enter the house to retrieve him. Coleridge bears witness to the sense of translucent things while he watches his father climb the stair below. There was a sound from below. Not far away, this great reading room was bordered along one side by an ornamental railing, which gave way to a great staircase, which by a sumptuous spiral passed in huge steps down to the manor's ground. There was a familiar voice, a worried inquiry. Sam forgot his own and scrambled up and past the chidden lord, his face still turned in silent suffering toward the checkered floor. Across that floor the child went in haste until he stood beside the railing and looked down into the opening below, where it seemed a vision overcame him. For the stair was so made it only used the air which brought it nigh to the topmost. It seemed not to house a stair, this processional room, which was yet not a room, but a transitional and liminal space. The vision overcame him that here among this space it was the spiral that was housed and used. The stone stairs which from the cylinder hung like great tawny clouds in air suspended, and near the top of their run took on the light, diffuse yet strong, leaked from the setting sun, his rays through the great window refracting, were mere additions to the spiral's shape, like pieces of armor on the warrior's form, and could fall off, nay, tumble to the floor, and for their ruckus and the din it would make, and all the danger of the falling stones, the spiral still would be there, like a ghost, pointing from bottom to top and top to bottom, moving in all directions at once. And added to this vision was the hope come over the face of his father, walking up and almost rising up the spiral stair, as if he were gliding on the palms of angels, each foot outstretched in a march to loving heaven. For when he saw his son in evening garb crouched in a half-trance by the bordering rail, no being, not the Lord, and no fresh sense of decorum on being in his home could keep the tears from flowing down his cheeks, or eyes o'erbrimming with a phantom light, which was like moonlight on his face, refreshed by all the dread of loneliness he had felt while riding from the parish house to Northcote's Manor on the edge of town. The traditional sense of the poetic image would concenter around the image of Coleridge's father gliding on the palms of angels, the steps of the staircase being transfigured into outstretched hands, and the hand itself the lifting image, and the angels would be symbolic of the divine providence in reuniting Coleridge's father with the son he had been searching after. However, the theory of the symbol created by Coleridge with its specific sense of translucence is given, I suggest, in the image of the spiral, or rather in the reality of the spiral as a shape in which the stair itself participates. Even if the stair were to fall down, the spiral would still be there like a ghost, pointing from bottom to top and top to bottom, moving in all directions at once. The religious dimension of the poetry is thus overdetermined. Several theories of how the sacred and the everyday interact are brought together in one scene, with no one theory given specific credence. It might be providence that brought the father and child together, that saved the child, that allowed the child to see the mathematic truth behind the spiral staircase, that gave the child this visionary glance downward at his father, perhaps the first and last time he would look down at his own father. Beyond these mimetic, symbolical aspects, there is the fact of sound, and especially rhyme, as well as metrical coincidence. The poem is written in pentameters, the sense of which may have risen and fallen during the reading, or might not have occurred to you at all, the meter of the poem being like the idea of a spiral, which, quote, merely uses the words which are built upon it. In conclusion, what is important to me about poetry's ability to construct or suggest a sacred element in reality is that it can allow as well as stimulate an harmonious interfusion of logical ideas, aesthetic effects, and our affections in a way that prose cannot, precisely because poetry itself conforms to Coleridge's theory of translucence. It can both depict as well as participate in facts of revelation, whereby ideas are apprehended on different diegetic levels, allowing the reader to construct new kinds of significance and thereby alter, create, enhance, or even destroy subjective states. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. That was incredible. And now we're going to open up for questions. So everyone could send their questions along.
Maybe I could just speak one. Could you say more about the idea of translucence, his idea of translucence, and the implications of that for construction, artistic practice, but also destruction of the subjective, I think you said?
Yes, the idea that certain subjective states can be destroyed was something I kind of said at the end. Haven't thought as much about as the other aspects of it, but the idea of translucence is kind of this this broad metaphysical notion that certain objects can shine through or sort of show through other objects. It has a kind of object-oriented, what's the word? There's a kind of like whiff of object-oriented thinking in there, but I don't really align it with that because it's Coleridge's idea and it kind of came before that way of looking at things. But I think that the idea here is that sort of like with Chloe's presentation, right? You can have an object where another object is sort of, if not imprinted on it, there's a sort of another realm of possible objects that is shown to you through that single object. So things get kind of concentered in objects, or objects almost act as kind of keyholes to that show on to other places. So that's why Coleridge says this, the symbol participates in the reality. So it's not only showing you something of another reality, it's also part of that reality as well, which I think is the part that makes the theory interesting and also kind of strange, right? That you might have something in a room, right, that actually doesn't belong there, belongs somewhere else, but it shows you that other place if you contemplate it. And I think that we can think about how subjectivity is destroyed sort of on those two grounds, right? The fact that the place you're in is not just a sort of enclosed space, but is linked to another kind of space. We don't necessarily know the quality of this other space, but can be linked to this other space through some aspect or some arrangement of its parts. This is something I'm still working on with Coleridge. In his notebooks, he has these interesting hand-drawn maps of the Lake District, which is where he lived in the early 19th century, where he's actually kind of given all the pieces of the landscape these different symbolical denotations. So you end up with things like A and A prime and B prime, and nobody has really written about what he was doing here. It's kind of hard to tell, but it's almost as if he's trying to figure out, when he looks out on the horizon of the Lake District and he's looking out at the mountains and things, maybe from his study window, which parts of it like have what meaning, and which sort of proportions of objects can give way to a sort of a sacred understanding. That's what he's trying to do, is figure out like how can I look on nature, how can I look on the world and have a kind of intuition of something that's sacred, or that's greater than just what's there, and how does that higher reality kind of shine through the world I see. So I think in the sense that this involves both creating and destroying what you might think of as the normal state of being a spectator, where there's a kind of expectation that's there. You look on something that's beautiful and you're supposed to sort of feel the beauty. And I think that there's a sense in which Coleridge got into this sort of shifting perspective, right? We can think about the fact that destroying a subjective state might take the rest of your life, actually. Gets into this state and then he writes a poem like Dejection in 1802, where he's talking about he doesn't feel the beauty of the natural world anymore because he's too focused on the sort of arrangement of the parts. And so I think that it can both cause a sense of alienation from your surroundings, can also start to erode the sense that you are in a familiar place, which can be, I think, can be good or bad, right? It can be defamiliarization in the sense that art is supposed to refresh the way we look at everyday things. It can also be a kind of psychosis. Yeah, so I hope that answered your question.
Thank you.
Oh, and there's a question here. Is it okay if I read the question?
Do
Okay.
it.
Yeah, from Catherine Hughes, is a symbol differently interpreted by different subjectivities in Coleridge? That is a good question. Yeah, yes, I think so. I mean, I think being able to see, and this comes from, I think, from the work of Peter Chain, who is a Coleridge scholar who was working in Japan, who has been an influence on me. But I think that you have to work in order to be able to see things as symbols, or to interpret them that way. And I think that writing poetry is a kind of writing out, right, of a possible subjective state, right? I've recently been teaching some sonnets and talking to students about how, there's this parallel between the moon and hope, right? And there's this parallel between the clouds in front of the moon and despair. And I think that, people think of that as old-fashioned 18th century kind of allegorizing. But there is a sense there too where you can keep extending that way of seeing things, of seeing objects as being standing in for other things. And so I think that there's a sense in which, like, symbols can be both edifying or enlightening to people, and they can be maybe horrifying, right? And this is something I play with in my own writing a bit too, because obviously Coleridge went through phases where he would actually had some poems, some of his later poems that deal with this, that are not as well known, where he's dealing with the objects that used to inspire a sense of joy or hope, and now it causes him to feel a kind of a sense of oppression, right? And that's a kind of common phenomenon where you have a history now in your life, and you have a subjective history, so that the things that used to make you think of maybe somebody that you loved, right, now maybe you've lost touch with that person, and the same things kind of can hurt you or make you feel alienated again. So I think there's a sense in which, yeah, different people can either see or not see symbols. Different people can have different relationships to symbols. And also the same person in themselves can have different relationships to symbols, which causes a sense of an awareness of the multiplicity of a single person. We have 2 minutes. I think there's another question from Alistair Gordon. Thank you, Alistair. He says, fascinating presentation, Adam. Could you say more about how Coleridge related the divine presence in the landscape to his understanding of the sacred in objects? For example, in objects that transect both such as wooden or stone objects. This is something I would like to say a lot more about. It's something that I'm still sort of working on. But I think with Coleridge, what I can say right now is that his ideas are somewhat related to the painting theories of Joshua Reynolds and William Gilpin. And this is related to a theory that at the time was called the picturesque. And some of the things that Gilpin says in his theories on picturesque traveling and what he calls picturesque sketching is like, how can you be somebody that is on foot, right, moving through the landscape? You see a sort of a pretty scene, right? And how can you then, he says, how can you make your ideas known to others? So one thing I haven't really gotten to talk about that I think is important to this is that there is a kind of sense in which communication of the divinity of landscape objects or a whole landscape, right? And being able to see the interrelation of those objects, and then also be able to show those ideas to others. In Gilpin, and Reynolds talk about sketching or painting. And I think with Coleridge and Wordsworth, you have more the idea of, well, how can we show this to people through language as well? I think that there's a sense in which it isn't just a matter of what the viewer understands, but that there's a second effort involved in sort of recollecting that understanding and then presenting it to someone else. In a sense, like teaching it, that is just as important. I know that doesn't fully address your question. That's what I can say about it for now. And I have one more question which I can quickly answer from Daniel and Clara. If you want to find Coleridge's hand-drawn maps, you have to get his collected notebooks. They were collected by Kathleen Coburn. There's 5 volumes of them, and each volume progressively gets more expensive, and so they're hard to attain. They haven't been reprinted. They were very difficult to print in the first place because they were all handwritten, right? And they were scattered all over the place. So there's a whole story about how difficult it was to get these notebooks together. But that's my short answer. If you can find the old Bollingen editions of the collected Coleridge notebooks, and look in notebooks, probably 1, 2, and 3, but maybe in all of them. But definitely in 1 and 2, there are such maps as I was referring to. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Adam, for that brilliant presentation. And now I would just like to present Sophie Slade Johnson. She will be doing a performance and presentation entitled Time Cure. So Sophie is a writer, artist, and musician. She is the author of Chthonic Index in collaboration with Timothy Morton and Simon Martin, published in 2015. She is currently working on a PhD at Goldsmiths, and recent projects include Kai Duela with New Novetta, and a recent group show called The Machine of Instant Utility at the Cabinet Gallery. She also broadcasts Chthonic Live on Resonance 104.4. Thank you, Sophie. I'm going to hand the stage over to you now.
Why not? So I'm going to give a brief speech, following which will be a little musical number. So sit tight for the next 12 or so minutes. What monster comes out of the shadowy mouth in voicing a prophecy? When a presence deep in the body's cells is funneled somewhere from the telluric matrix, it's a different kind of time travel. The performance of English Jacobean prophetess Anna Trapnell is just such a voice trance from the entrails of scripture. Thus spake this Civil War telephone, author as auctor, the demiurge's chatline, telling Oliver Cromwell his fortune. Speaking in 1653 in a 12-day trance from a London ordinary, an old term for an alehouse. The text of this enactment, called The Cry of a Stone, was transcribed by a character called the Relator as she spoke. The ordinary prophecy was tunneled from gut into beer condensation. A cry from a stone is a different kind of pub rock. From the earth's core, a divinatory current moves through the cuneiform cartilage of Trapnell's throat. Her oracle esophagus, a chimney for profane gas, the condensation of which fogs up the present. This speaking stone, as foretold in the biblical apocalypse of Ezra, 7 revelations in Babylon, all bespeak a mineral sentience that links it to chthonic channels, a dark apophatic hole that travels through substrates, no more solely human than it is an aesthetic activity. So the voice funnels up from this deeper matter. According to Mladen Dola, the object voice can never guarantee auto-affection of presence anyway, but it self-resonates in a void, the inaccessible blind spot of the real. A jouissance for Lacan, where the voice denotes an apparently feminine enjoyment without signification, rooted in the female mystics. There is no transparency in the voice, or if there is, it's heard through a hard to locate opacity, meeting translucency, like that of an off-license carrier bag. The voice makes an unclear hole in the infested fabric of the everyday, a tear in the carrier bag of the real. Prophecy versus possession. It's hard to tell the difference sometimes. Benedictine abbess and composer Hildegard of Bingen's voice modulations were only spared heresy because of a timely intervention by Bernard of Clairvaux at the Synod of Triers in 1147. Perhaps the term inspiration covers both possession and prophecy, rooted in the etymology of blowing, where the prophetess is a vessel insufflated, like Krasowski's description of pagan statues of gods, brought to life through the invocation of a demonic spirit into inert matter. This is the original meaning of the word simulacra, likeness or statue. The cry of the stone has a lineage far earlier, especially the colossi at Memnon in ancient Egypt, which spoke through a crack in matter as the quartzite sandstone shuddered with the rays of the morning sun, emitting a voice from its stone entrails. The voice comes from the stone out of a schism, giving the statue an uncanny interiority, a split in the carrier bag of the real. What monster comes out of the shadowy mouth in the mysterious opening of the mouth ceremony, where Egyptian embalmers tap open the funneling source of life, using an adze, a tool made of meteoric iron, to symbolically wrench open a hole in the mouth, inciting it back to life. The hole in time, the crack, when repositioned as prophecy, is like the ancient practice of hepatoscopy, divination through the tissue of a sacrificed sheep's liver. The entrails become a map to temporal territory, just as Trapnell's entrails of scripture and beer ventriloquy unfold base matter to foretell the future. The liver tablet in the British Museum is a cuneiform relic, the earliest known writing. In the shape of a ruminant's innards, it's a simulacra in clay, transformed from the mud of the Euphrates basin into the microscopic zones of the wholed prophetic map. Or, as another Civil War prophetess Mary Carey has it, a new and exact map or description of New Jerusalem. Deeper than this, as an earlier technology, the seething marshland, the Egyptian chemia, blackland of alchemy, is equally an anterior channeling of human and unhuman, the originary collapsing of time at the mineral level of existence. As Mircea Eliade has it in his 1956 Babylonian Symbolisms and Metallurgical Rituals, the stone of the alchemist achieved transmutation almost instantaneously. It superseded time. A practice like smelting or early metallurgy, viz. The Babylonians, which Gilbert Simondon mentions as the first industry, then keenly inveigles temporal interpolation as practice. As D&G show, metallurgy is far from pure technicity, but a melting pot of frequencies with other metals in earth and sky. Transmutation in an Akkadian furnace unfolds base matter that channels into the wellspring of an unnameable performance, made a relic in clay on a cuneiform tablet, from the metal of the meteoric iron to open the mummy's mouth, to the sped up time of sacred entrails and the throat of a prophetess. An apophatic tradition affirms a substrate of Tellurian matter with a hole at its core that still intervenes in the present. An aporeal event in the negative theological tradition where, according to Micah Reitel-Sells, unnamability is not only asserted but performed. So time is performatively sped up, a precognitive accelerationism, maybe, live from the Holy Lands. As Richard Schechner concurs, what the book was, the performance has become. Index and symbol, multiple truth and lies, arena and struggle. I'm presuming now a spatio-temporal cross-section from Mesopotamian substrate to Jacobean voice to a bleak day in Essex. This kind of prophecy is already adumbrated, a transmutation from telluric ores to organs, a transtemporal apophysis that doesn't pay heed to the periodizations of the early modern, industrial, the end of history, because history runs alongside, illuminates, channels through these divinatory materials as textual and textural substrates, interpolating the disease of rampant communication and connectivity with a chthonic apophasis, a time cure.
Six, open. Before, have to grasp a rubbering hand high in the air. Post-presidential shorts. On the blink. Shapes in the sky. There's no time for us as this process of
Thank you so much, Sophie. As always, that was absolutely wonderful. Both parts of it. And now I'm going to open up the floor for questions.
The end.
Sorry. Wonderful. Okay, so I have a question from Kate. She says, "Loved this. Thanks, Sophie. Interested in the space of the mouth in your work as a place of performance / channeling of different past voices / liminal space. Can you speak a bit more about this? You also mentioned the gut and entrails. How does this, other than the obvious physical connection, connect with the mouth in your work? Also, your eyes glowed a blue from the screen reflected in your glasses, which was enjoyably freaky, slightly demonic."
I'll take those off then.
No, I think she was complimenting you.
They were meant to come off. Lucky the beard didn't spray on them. Just having another read, so I wasn't really listening to what was being said there. The gut and the entrails, how does this connect with your mouth in your work? Well, I mean, yeah, the entrails are the kind of demonic kind of base matter that I'm really discussing in the whole thing. For our toe, the kind of channel from like anus to mouth is like a broom that kind of is the kind of needs to be kind of divested and extroverted to the universe. But in this case, mouth and kind of stone channeling kind of meet in a kind of sort of alchemic mixture of kind of sinister matter, really. That's water. Probably didn't answer the question.
I could just speak it, but what makes Anna trap Nell a sort of a figure for you? What in particular about this figure, historic figure, makes her central to what you're researching?
I like the balances between the English Revolution, part 1, and its kind of potential use in the present. It's all about a collision, really, how you use the past in an interesting way rather than in a kind of boring way. So Trapnell is a kind of fascinating woman because she is a performance artist in a way, even though I kind of hate using that terminology because she's more interesting than being a performance artist. But she to kind of enact cunningly the mode of a kind of transmission, like a sort of radio, she becomes like a medium and a medium. So it's a kind of fascinating kind of interpolation of kind of the space-time of her environment through that method, which kind of is also often cited as a way that the only way women could kind of intervene, particularly kind of politically or religiously, was to kind of be a channeler in that way. But then there was always the accusation of witchcraft lurking around the corner. But the interesting point with her is that it's kind of just a century away from the decriminalization of witchcraft. So it's a kind of foment of a period for that kind of thing, which kind of makes it equally sort of more fascinating.
Thank you.
Michael Newman has given us essentially prompts, I think. He says entrails and divination, ?
You said it. Yeah, well, that goes right back to the Mesopotamians, as everything does. So we get the Mesopotamian clay liver tablet. It's a clay cuneiform in the shape of a liver. So it kind of collapses in kind of the space-time of the divination that it was meant to sort of foretell at the moment. And then it becomes a kind of simulacra. So guts are the very body of divination in kind of ancient practices. Everything stems from that. That's one of the main forms of kind of telling the future, is to kind of map zones of time or sort of futurities, different futures through the entrails. So thus melding forever, in my mind at least, a kind of deep connection between kind of time and matter.
I have a comment from Sigrid, less of a question. Really loved how you played with the texture of the Zoom format, the way the black background swallows you up. Also the subversion of cold, rational stone with entrails, mud, and earth. If you have any comments for that, on that.
Yeah, I felt like I was kind of trapped in a carrier bag, in a black carrier bag.
To which, oh, sorry. To which Austin Collings says, have you tried using little carrier bags instead?
I prefer the useless black ones from my favourite off-licence.
All right. So I have a question from Holly Slingsby. She says, is prophecy a form of intoxication? I'm thinking of your cans of beer, Anna Trapnell in the beer house, the disciples being accused of drunkenness in Acts 2.
Yeah, intoxication and lack at the same time. I think that was mentioned by Nina at the beginning. Kind of plenitude and loss being both very important, because I think that's also the base of humour as well. A kind of funny dissatisfaction, but also intoxication. Yes, incidentally, the Mesopotamians were also the first to invent beer. So there's a kind of strange confluence going on between kind of metallurgy and intoxication, matter and kind of hallucinated states.
Wayne Summers says, which is it's a continuation of Holly's question above, the intoxication of the Pythonness at Delphi. Do you have any comments?
Yeah, why not? It's a fair enough comment. I don't know much about the Pythonness of Delphi, but I can well imagine, presumably some, I mean, the oracles were kind of voicing through like chthonic gas through the vulva up through the mouth, which obviously is kind of really relevant to this sort of particularly female invocation practice and kind of matter as kind of unhuman, but also sentient.
Sorry, a question from Om Leka. I'm interested in how the divine, including the demonic, can be invested in mass consumer items like carrier bags. Is there anything more that you can say about this? I'm also struck by how consumer revelation mostly comes through the chaomorbid states like paranoid schizophrenia and psychoactivated states. Can it really translate?
Firstly, to the carrier bag, I can't think of anything more appropriate for the kind of contemporary, certainly for me, for a kind of, if we're talking about these kind of mediums of revelation, these kind of materials, it needs to be collided with sort of the profane or the base matter, I think, for it to have like bite or kind of like the gravamen. Otherwise, it's just kind of like stuff behind a glass case. So I can't think of a better kind of collision in that way for kind of like a strange, sort of very useful material. Consumer revelation, well, that's depressing, isn't it? Do you mean that can that translate into a carrier bag? That would be something to discuss more, perhaps.
Oh, sorry.
That's a very long question, Daniel and Clara. I need the glasses for that.
Do you want to read it out to her?
I mean, I can read it.
Okay.
Well, voice beyond patriarchal language kind of links to the next comment about dysfunction and disorder being aligned to women. Yeah, I mean, what can I say? I'm not an expert in whether dysfunction disorder is being aligned to women because it's too ontically close to me. Can schizophrenia and psychoactive states translate onto a Zoom symposium? You've just seen it, I think. Carrier bags reminds you of Satanic Panic from the 80s, fear around satanic messages being inscribed on cassette tape and left in specific places as a curse. Yeah, I suppose, are you saying that the carrier bag is a dated technology, kind of oscillating around the 80s? That really suits me, because my PhD is largely kind of jumps between Mesopotamia and the 1970s, so I do hope it is that. But yeah, definitely I think something is inscribed in carrier bags. There's definitely something kind of satanic inscribed in something kind of unknowable. I mean, I'm not just joking here, the kind of strange translucency where you can just about see through something in those very thin carrier bags. It really does speak to a kind of an inscribed kind of absence that's just kind of like visible.
And now Nina is going to introduce the film program that's going to be going.
Well, just say a few words, really. We have a lunch break now till 1:30, and we're going to have a film program. I just wanted to say a few words. Thank you to everybody who allowed us to use their work, put their work into this film program. The film program, in a sense, was sort of done as a, after the speakers had all been agreed and everything. So thank you very much. And I particularly want to thank Nick Gordon-Smith and John Woodman for their beautiful work that they allowed us to include. And also particularly because both these artists go back to the London Filmmakers Co-op and a kind of artisanal relationship to film as material and fabric, which is something that we've been talking about today. Sermon is a film I was always fascinated with, and I'm particularly happy to see it here. And John Woodman's work, I think, has a great deal of sensitivity for the material of landscape, including actually the Lake District landscape. So there are things that he might have found interesting in Adam's paper today, and about the relationship of light and material phenomena in relation to film and recording. So anyway, I hope you enjoy it, and see you at 1:30. Thank you very much.
There is special providence in the fall of a sparrow. If it be now, 'tis not to come. If it be not to come, it will be now. If it be not now, yet it will come. The readiness is all. Let me be cruel, not unnatural.
Tanto è il bene che io aspetto, che ogni bene mi è diletto.
If it be not to come, it will be now. If it be not now, yet it will come. The readiness is all.
You know, someone said that the world's a stage and we must play a part. Fate had me praying in love. He was my slave. I clung to him. I loved you at first glance. You read your lines so cleverly and never was to me. Then came I to you. You from the chase.
mistress and cure his heart. Downy sins of street light fancies chase the costumes that she shall wear. Ermine furs adorn the imperious. Severin, Severin awaits you there.
of heaven is screaming, the angels and seraph are perpetually and sleeplessly crying his name as they always have and always will. It's a perpetual scream, holy, 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 continual and unending, like one word, a singularity becoming a plurality, as Pseudo-Dionysus tells us, a self-negating entropy. Infinite vocalizations fusing into one vocalization. It would shift also to the listener as for the angels, so that individual voices would be heard, and then the one voice made of the infinite, like a truncated and repeated Doppler. Even from an infinite distance, if heard, it would be of such an immeasurable and devastating volume that your eardrums would burst, and all you would be left with would be the perpetual panned ringing of the voices and the sound of water in your ears, panning backwards and forwards in a tidal pattern, ebbing and flowing until the ringing would spread out thinner and thinner. The frequency of the waves would lessen, and you would hear a single voice in each wave. A whisper that is nearly imperceptible, and almost immediately you reason that your burst ears have deceived you, but the whisper returns and you try to decipher it. It sounds like a million random syllables in close succession. You try to decipher them, but are unable to. The more you parse them, the more nondescript they become, until you become sure that all you ever heard was silence.
The Triforium is full of various lithographs, photographs, mezzotints, paintings, and various other works of art, dating back as far as the 17th century. All are in various stages of decay, except for one. Now, upon further excavation of the Triforium, I found an illumination depicting the vision of Rahir which founded the church. It's painted in lapis lazuli, madder, and woad, and is perfectly intact. It's like a gem. St. Bart's has a long visionary tradition, beginning with the founding vision of St. Bartholomew by Prior Rahir, and Our Lady appeared to a certain Canon Hubert in what is now known as the Lady Chapel. In this very pew I had my own vision. I saw the empty cross and the Christ blood seeping into the skull of Adam.
To do the job that I came to do, which was to try and repair it, look after it. I found that the warmth and the friendship of the people who had been put through a considerable amount of distraught relationships was the thing that bound me in. So it was actually the community of people that did it. Then it was, of course, it was enhanced by the sense of timelessness about the building. Because for me, it's not just about physical architecture. It's about the space containing memories and experience, really. And then thirdly, there is a spirituality about it when it's empty. I prefer the building when it's empty, of anybody.
You know, you want to remove everything and talk about what's left, which is presence, in a way.
The 7 Spiritual Lives of Linda Mary Montano. Once upon a time, a very, very long time ago, in a land that was filled with water and movement and mountains, there was born a very, very curious and alert young girl who was extremely interested in the mysteries of birth. And death. Flower Girl, that was her name. She loved life, wanted to see things and know things and be things. She wanted to ride horses and travel and dance. But when she came out of that mountain cave, she saw a very, very, very startling sight. Things were strange and scary. People did things that were scary, and everything was one big challenge, too big to face. But But maybe if I look like you, dress like you, and act like you, everything will be okay. Flower Girl cried and cried and cried and said, everything is lost. I feel devastated, anxious, filled with dread and discomfort. I feel guilt and shame. All is horrible, and I am bad, bad, bad. I'm going away. I'm going away. She didn't know what to do, so she became even more depressed, irritable, anxious, and then went back into the cave and swam, coming up for some air sometimes. And she saw something that looked just like this. Flower Girl was fascinated. She said, I'll look like you, I'll walk like you, I'll talk like you, I'll be like you. Then I'll be good. In fact, I'll suffer even more than you. I'll be a saint. This lasted for a while. Then Flower Girl said to herself, I'm getting very good at feeling bad, and I feel very bad about feeling so bad. Life is tragic. Life is so tragic. So she jumped back into the water and swam and dreamt about horses and good times, even though she was terribly, terribly unhappy inside. She was so unhappy, so miserable. She came out of the water to look around, and she saw people who were beautiful and colorful, and they smiled, and they looked exactly like this. She asked these people, am I good? Am I free like you? And they said, you have everything you need, but you are not happy. Something's wrong. Where is your happiness? Flower Girl said, I couldn't be happy there. I can't be happy here. Maybe I should dress like you and walk like you and talk like you. I should sing like you. Then I'll be happy. Do I seem happy now? But alas, something was wrong. Flower Girl was not completely happy and said to herself, I'm not free. I'm locked in guilt and blame, self-destruction. I try to look happy and sweet just like you. So she said, I'm going. And she jumped back into the water and swam. But inside her head, the voices said, you are bad and you're acting good and good at feeling bad. She came up for some air to look around, and she saw some people. They looked just like this. And she said, I will walk like you. I will talk like you. I will dress like you. I will think like you. Then I won't be bad anymore. I'll be strong and calm, just like you. But something wasn't exactly right. She still wasn't able to completely walk like them or talk like them. And she felt very bad and said, I'm bad and weak. I'm feeling good about feeling bad. This makes me feel very bad, even though I talk a little bit like you, walk like you. I'm going away. I'm going away. So Flower Girl jumped into the water and swam. She was actually enjoying herself a little bit, but just to check things out, she pulled her head out of the water. And she saw an incredible sight. There were people, and they were growing flowers and songs and medicines and eating strange foods. And she said, I would like to walk like you. I would like to talk like you and dance like you and sing like you. I want to be like you. But after a while, she saw nothing was right. She couldn't be like them exactly. And she felt bad and thought, I feel bad. I'm feeling good about feeling bad, getting good at this feeling of feeling bad. That makes me feel very, very bad. And she went back into the water and swam away, far, far away from everyone into her mountain cave. She stayed there and swam and dreamed dreams, but she came out one day. She saw people who were from another time, other dreamers, sitting around the fire singing songs of beauty. And Flower Girl said, "Can I join you? Can I sing like you and look like you? Can I talk like you, walk like you? You are so wonderful. I'm not wonderful. I want to be like you." And she tried and tried. She couldn't, no matter how hard she tried. But this time, something had changed, and she said, "I'm not going to say wrong or bad. I'm not going to say I'm not good at not being bad. I'm not going to think that way anymore." Something had changed. And this time, she jumped into the water, and she could feel the water when she was swimming. And she said, "I came out of this mountain cave, and this time things are different." She saw, when she came out, that there was birth, and there was death, and everyday life, and there were ordinary things. And she shouted to the world, "Thank you, world, thank you for patiently being there. Thank you, world, and thank you for beautiful ones for lovingly being there, and thank you, strong ones, for being there, and thank you, healthy ones, for happily being there, and thank you, generous ones, for always being there. Thank you." And guess what? You are all part of me, and now I can dance in the light sometimes, and sing in the light sometimes, and be like all of you sometimes. And sometimes I feel sad and bad and happy and gay, and I float away silently, singing, "I am, I am, I am, I am." The story has no end, because Flower Girl still goes into the cave to swim and knows her heart has deeper dreams and silent future flight. Sometimes, if you look closely, you can see her riding her horse all the way home.
Welcome back, everybody. And I'd like to introduce Elena and her presentation. Elena Unger is a graduate student in philosophical theology at the University of Cambridge, and as well as an alumnus of the BA Fine Art at Goldsmiths University University of London. So the title of her paper is From the Space of Nothing, Poesis and Contraction in Nicholas of Cusa. Thank you, Elena.
Thank you, Nina. Okay, so while one cannot overstate the crucial role that art plays in the history of religion, especially with regards to how humans have used art to express and imagine a theological Weltbilder, or world image, this is not what I will be exploring today, at least directly. I will instead be exploring the metaphysical function of art. I'll start with a fundamental question at the heart of the metaphysics of participation, which, if anyone is unfamiliar, is the notion that our finite world is ontologically dependent on the infinite or God, and that there is a relationship of mutual exchange between these two otherwise separate realities. At the heart of the metaphysics of participation is the question of how the infinite may be revealed or unfolded in contracted finite space, while still remaining intact in its infinity. While this question asks us to consider how our finite, intelligible world relates to and participates in the unknowable infinity of God, it can also be understood as a question about the metaphysical potential of art. Today I will argue that artworks can be spaces wherein the infinite is unfolded in the finite realm through the participation of the artwork as a spatialized form in the original space of God's contraction in creation. By contraction, I mean the movement of the infinite as it withdraws itself into the finite. I will show through Nicholas of Cusa's concept of contraction how human poesis, that is, artistic production, may be shown to be a form of participation in metaphysical contraction, and God's poiesis, that is, his creative action. Before delving into this highly metaphysical conception of art, I'll first describe what is at stake with such a conception of art, which differs quite profoundly from how art is understood now, and yet is, I believe, crucial if art is to survive what both Hegel and Agamben describe as its death by self-transcendence. Throughout history, art and metaphysics have had a complicated relationship. Many pre-modern thinkers ascribe to artistic production a participatory and liturgical function beyond its representational function. For example, the Neoplatonist Plotinus described how an artist doesn't merely imitate nature, but that like a flower produces fruit, they produce objects which participate in and contribute to the being of the one, through their participation in it in the act of poiesis. This liturgical function was largely overwritten in early modernity and a little bit of the late Middle Ages, as art assumed a more synthetic, documentary, or rhetorical function. This was largely brought on by the introduction of linear perspective. It was Leon Battista Alberti who in 1436 formalized the art of perspective, following other artists who used a more intuitive form of perspective. What set Alberti apart, however, was his mathematical approach, which was heavily influenced by the polymath Biagio da Parma, or Biagio Peccalini, who had sought to iron out the controversies of the 14th century surrounding the trustworthiness of human perception. Biagio claimed that we could achieve some degree of perceptual certainty by measuring things precisely in an abstract space. For example, I don't know that this laptop is in front of me and that it is as I see it, but I do know that if I measure its distance from the edge of the table, it will always be the same, and that's good enough, at least for Biagio. With this in mind, Alberti created a system which allowed painters to mathematically reconstruct spaces and objects, even without reference to these objects themselves. To paint an image in one-point perspective is to mark the point at which the viewer's gaze hits the surface of the picture plane and to orient all of the objects towards the singular point. So if a three-dimensional object is projected onto a two-dimensional plane, the pyramidal model permits the viewer and the artist to access the proportions of the object relative to its distance from them. The objects contained within the image are thus projected inwards into an illusion of space, as in a mirror. The image is suspended between the viewer and their disembodied, invisible, and singular eye, which stares back at them from within a flat mirroring of reality already held at a remove. Alberti's paintings freeze time and space, dissecting objects and bodies, placing them within a manipulable grid wherein they can be absorbed by the viewer in a single glance. By design, there is hardly room for theophany or divine participation in Alberti's model. The only relationship that can exist is between the homogenized viewer and themselves. Further, the higher level of mathematical control was deemed to be of greater importance than any appeal to experiential realism. This is affirmed in Alberti's treatise, where he admits that what the artist should strive for is not a depiction of reality in truth, but rather the appearance of such a truth, which by virtue of its mathematical realism was, according to Alberti, more true than anything obtainable by perception alone. What I have described in Alberti is an early form of simulacra, or immanent spatialization. Immanent spatialization is often defined as the mapping of time, knowledge, space, and experience onto virtual representative models. As a consequence, the represented reality is conflated or confused with its visible representation. Because of this immanentist confusion, space becomes absolute, and eternity and infinity are lost, as they are confined to an immanent spatial location, while reality is reduced to that which can be surmised by the human gaze. The inherent nihilism of immanent spatialization was radicalized in the 17th century by Descartes, who, as the philosopher Johannes Hoff said, replaced the invisible eye point of Alberti's visual pyramid with the thinking eye, cogito, thus cementing and further abstracting the representationalist concept of space that had emerged with Alberti. God was also reduced to a mere master signifier, a first cause, or a guarantor of morality, as in Kant. Artists and thinkers reacted against this in the late modern and postmodern era. Many sought to move away from the surfeit of empty representations left behind from Alberti, and also from all forms of representation and edification, viewing them as destructive objectifications of reality, or simulacra. Malevich reacted radically against the moldy vaults of representation with his black and white squares, while Baudrillard sought to return, through a stripping away of feigned appearance or simulacra, to the state of things before they took on meaning. Baudrillard and Malevich both sought in their own way to return to a kind of divinity without objectification, as they believed that placing any conceptual limits on the divine was akin to a kind of idolatry of simulacra. If we view all this as a reaction to immanent spatialization, then I would say that there is a direct link between the erosion of the metaphysical conception of space in early modernity and the erosion of art's metaphysical status. Now that I have hopefully set the stage for why such an intervention and a return to a metaphysical conception of art is necessary, let's go back to our initial question. How may the infinite be revealed or unfolded in a contracted, finite space while still remaining intact in its infinity? So thus far, I have painted a very negative image of spatialization, but that is not to say that all spatialization is bad. Spatialization alone, that is the contraction of something immaterial or infinite into a particular finite space, is in fact the condition of all being. The issue arises, however, when the model replaces that which it represents. Therefore, I would like to propose a different form of spatialization from the immanent kind that I described earlier. I have called this doxological spatialization. Doxological spatialization refers to the way in which the invisible is made visible in finite space. I use the term to refer to the suspension or encapsulation of the infinite entirely within yet entirely beyond any linguistic, artistic, and conceptual signifiers. Whereas in the case of simulacra, the signifier replaces its signified, thus rendering the original source inaccessible. In doxological spatialization, the signifier perpetually and veiledly or apophatically refers to its signified source. Through doxological spatialization, the ineffable is revealed in such a way that it is indeterminate enough not to compromise the infinity of its source or its limitlessness or unknowability, while being determinate enough to be rendered completely intelligible for us. Doxological spatialization describes how contraction works, essentially, for us finite beings. Chiusa, who was actually a contemporary and friend of Alberti, describes contraction as a descent from eternity into duration. In Chiusa, the seemingly diminishing movement of contraction is necessary because the infinite, being infinite, is both infinite actuality and possibility. And so all of time is already pre-contained in God's eternity, and creation pre-contained in his infinity. According to Chiusa, what God enacts in contraction is not a privation of light, but a dimming, wherein God makes visible that which was already present in his infinite possibility, but which was invisible because his impenetrable light did not offer enough space for the plurality of beings to be seen. In Chiusa's account, this dimming, which makes all the difference for us finite beings, makes little difference to God, as in God, both maximum light and maximum darkness coincide. By this account of contraction, the space that God produces for beings is in a sense a vacant space, which by necessity conceals God's infinite presence while simultaneously disclosing its fullness. Chiusa's conception of contraction has profound implications for how we can understand art. Chiusa's contractio is the production of space from the infinite to the finite, and it is repeated at the productive site of every contracted being, who, through poiesis, produces a further contraction disclosive of the first, such that each contraction participates in the first contraction, which of course is God's. Further, Chiusa sought a concrete and definite form of the transcendently indefinite, and accomplished this through the use of spatializing technologies. For example, Chiusa used the new art of linear perspective to show the limit of all perspective and, by negation, the infinite perspective of God. In 1453, Chiusa sent the brothers of the monastery of Tegernsee a treatise entitled De Visione Dei, along with an icon. Chiusa promised that the icon would cast its gaze upon the viewer, regardless of where they stood in relation to it, and would follow with its all-seeing gaze all viewers simultaneously, even as they walked past each other in opposite directions. Now recall that in Alberti, the viewer's gaze becomes absorbed by the world presented in the tableau, and the only receptivity is that of the viewer's own gaze being reflected back at them. Now, by contrast, in Chiusa's icon, the viewer becomes the tableau. What they see is how they are seen by the painting, which casts its omniscient gaze upon them. By flipping the perspective of the viewer entirely, from that of the seer to that of being seen, Chiusa's icon provides the viewer with a practical means by which to see how they are seen by God. Chiusa also asks the brothers to communicate their experiences to the other brothers in order that they may see in the gaze of another the invisibility of other perspectives, and to see the limits of their own. Chiusa instructs the brothers to produce a space wherein they play out the relationship between the infinite and the finite. In the experiment, God's absolute sight is dispersed amongst the various and contracted perspectives of each person, where it is contained fragmentarily. The icon is a site of doxological spatialization, both in its original staging and in its restaging, and thus cannot be reduced to a mere simulacra, such as the almost nothing of the eye which recedes behind Alberti's translucent window cum mirror. Chiusa's experiment shows the dynamic spatial relationship between God and creation. just as the all-seeing gaze of the icon looks upon each person equally, as if there were no others, God is eternally present to each creature that stands as a contracted image of the divine, and likewise as a spatially designated mediation to a maximum revelation beyond the bounds of space. For Cusa, God is incomprehensibly both everywhere and nowhere. But this does not remove our ability to orient ourselves towards his revealed fragments. Cusa's icon and the supplementary experiment, while inverting Alberti's narcissistic gaze into the mirror or into the pool or into the abyss, also holds a blueprint for rescuing art from what Agamben calls its interminable twilight. If embraced, the Cusan vision of art as contraction may be what allows art to step beyond its shadow and allow humanity to find in the spaces of this world its original dwelling in the space of God. Thank you.
Thank you, Elena, for that vertiginous sort of paper and series of ideas taking us through these, very universal ideas that you have unpacked in a very vertiginous type of way. So we're entering this space. I mean, this doxological spatialization. Can you rehearse some of these ideas in relation to? We can understand how you are rehearsing them in relation to the icon. How would you see them? Just so I can ask the question. I mean, how could you sort of think us through how you might see this working in, say, the field of contemporary art or the artist now, or maybe not specifically painting, but practice now as artists? Yeah.
Right. So I suppose it's up to the artist, because it's not necessarily, as Cusa shows, it's not necessarily about the medium. He's using the new technology of perspective, but he's using it in a way that is doxological. He's using it in a way that doesn't do what Alberti, I mean, it seems as though Alberti has sort of sealed off all possibilities for participation, but he hasn't, because Cusa, and I mean, I'm not, by any means saying that there isn't sort of this liturgical element and sort of this divine participation in art post-Alberti, because that's absolutely untrue. I mean, you can point to countless works of art that have gone in this sort of Cusan direction. And I think nowadays, I mean, I mentioned Malevich, but I think he actually does something very interesting, because there's something incredibly devotional and apophatic about his work. And actually, if you look at his later work, he gets into representation with the crosses. So I hope that kind of answers your question. I think it's really up to the artist, but it's more about the structure and the form of what the art is doing metaphysically and functionally. I don't think it's really dependent on necessarily how it's done, more that it does it ontologically.
Yeah, thank you. There is a question here from Adam.
Yeah, there's also a question from, there was also a question from Michael. I'm really interested in that question.
I can see that, yeah. Elena, what a great that was a great presentation. Are you trying to get out of nominalism, the idea of dun scotus, and that being is univocal, speaks with one voice, which becomes idea of metricized space of perspective? Do you want to avoid going back to what preceded it, the analogical being of Thomas Aquinas, with its implication of hierarchy and authority? So the doxological spatialization becomes an introduction of a fundamental ontological difference into the university of nominalist being. That's sort of highly theologically kind of precise terms there, which you can maybe unpack a little bit in your reply.
Sure. But my quick answer, I suppose, is yes and no, and yes and no. So yes, I'm trying to get away from nominalism, and no, I'm not trying to avoid what Thomas Aquinas is doing, because I actually see, in some senses, I mean, if you look at the Analogia Entis, and especially how it's understood by
Pseudo-Dionysius, who heavily influenced Aquinas, hierarchy isn't straightforward. It's not just, this Platonic chain of being. It kind of inverts it. There's a sense of participation between all the different fields. I mean, you go back to Plotinus, as I was saying, he says that nature, even though it's sort of on the lowest rung of being, it participates in a way that is in a sense higher than other being. Its poesis and its contemplation of the one is in a sense better than ours because it does it naturally without having to use mental faculties. So I don't necessarily have the issue with hierarchy that people like Derrida do with Pseudo-Dionysius and the analogy of being, but I'm definitely trying to bring back analogy as a middle route between univocity and equivocity. And I suppose for anyone wondering, in simple terms, univocity is the idea that our words essentially have this kind of one-to-one ratio of relationship. So if you say God is good and you say we are good, then you're talking essentially, you can use the same words, at least linguistically, and it kind of almost means the same thing ontologically in some sense. And then equivocity is that there's absolutely no relation, so our goodness, God's goodness. And analogy is essentially between the two, where it's, our goodness participates in God's goodness. And that's what I'm trying to get at with this. I hope that was a decent explanation. But yeah, excellent. Thank you, Michael. I hope I answered your question properly.
From Adam, you mentioned that one of the prime concerns of doxological spatialization is how to delimit the indeterminability of the ineffable so that it does not interfere with the limited experience of the objects which transmit it. Is this a concern that applies only in the realm of plastic arts, or can it be a problem worked out in the field of language arts as well?
Thank you, Adam. That's an excellent question. When I talk about an object, when I talk about a finite space, I'm not necessarily just talking about the plastic arts. And actually, I'm really strongly not just talking about the plastic arts. Because of course the objecthood is important, but I do see almost an objecthood to language as well. And, I mean, I see it as even offering perhaps more freedom to not delimit the infinite, which is what Hegel would have said when he sort of classed art into 3 different categories, according to the amount that it allows spirit to be free. So, yeah, I think that this is absolutely a problem to be worked out in the field of language arts as well. And I think that I think doxological spatialization absolutely is not just limited to the object.
So from Chloe, thanks for this, Elena. Have you found instances of artists working with the norms of Albertian perspective and bending the rules in order to leave room for the theophany you were saying is pushed out by single point perspective?
Yeah, so I mean, one example I would say would be Van Eyck, for an older example. I have newer examples as well, but well, also I think I should bring in that I think performance art, a lot of performance art does this. It doesn't always live up to its potential, let's say, but performance art inherently has the potential to do this, to sort of enact doxological spatialization and to enact the performativity and the kind of diagrammatic sort of Weltbilder and this also real lived experience where they're both encountering and enacting something. Sorry, went a bit off on tangent, but yeah, back to Van Eyck. I mean, if you look at a painting, I mean, you look at a portrait by Van Eyck and then you compare it to a portrait by, say, Piero, and Piero's portraits are very sort of static and staid, and they're just frozen. And to me, that sort of, I mean, as much as I like Piero, I think that he does what Alberti, he sort of embodies the worst things about what Alberti tried to accomplish. And I think that if you look at somebody like Van Eyck, it's just very different. There's something sort of wildly different about the way that the
the sort of the picture plane interacts with the viewer, especially his interpretation of the Vera Icona, and yeah.
Okay.
Also film, I think, really opens up more opportunities.
In relation to this, yes, I would say that is very much the project of certain kinds of experimental film. That kind of, the theophany possible, and the deconstruction of a one-point space through the deconstruction of one-point space. So, Elena, there's another question here from Kit Apostolakis. Do you have any sense that the artist's intention matters and determines the meaning of art? It seems like you're saying that art cannot just mean anything, for otherwise its impact is nebulous or nihilistic. Is this right?
No, not necessarily. I think that it's, well, I mean, to go back to Veronica in Chloe's presentation, it's sort of this marriage of intentionality where, is she revealing it? Is she painting it in some sense through being the one that reveals the image? She's not necessarily intending to paint it, but by doing that, she's sort of transformed she's transformed into a saint, but she's transformed into an icon herself. And I think that the artist, through their withdrawal, there's a natural withdrawal that one undergoes when they produce work. And I think that, and I wanted to talk about that in my presentation, but time, that when an artist creates a work of art and they sort of withdraw from themselves into something else, I think that they're naturally enacting that. I mean, not to say there isn't bad art, that or there isn't art that explicitly tries to move away from that. But I think it's almost kind of hard. I think the point I was trying to get at with my presentation, it's not like, oh, art's a free-for-all at all. It's or the opposite of that I'm being very elitist about what sort of defines art as being metaphysically active. But it's sort of that it's in between. I think it's really dependent on the work, and I think that it's sort of this mediation between grace, in a sense, and the motivation of the artist.
Elena, we have to conclude that with those wonderful thoughts, and thank you very, very much indeed for that presentation, which was great. So now we have to go on and introduce John Harvey's presentation. So if I may, thank you, Elena. So John Harvey is a practitioner and historian of sound art and visual art. He's professor at the School of Art, Aberystwyth University. His research field is the visual and sonic culture of religion. He has written a number of books, including The Bible as Visual Culture, 2013. In practice, his work explores visual, textual, and oral sources of Protestant Christianity, theological and cultural ideas, and systemic processes. The work is discussed in the Oral Bible series of CDs releases 2015, 16, and 19, and the Pictorial Bible series of exhibitions 2001, 7, and 15. So the title of his paper is Noisome Spirits, an Audition of Apparitions. John, over to you.
Thank you very much, Nina, and good afternoon, everyone. The project which I'm currently engaged, entitled Noisome Spirits, is a sonic response to Edmund Jones' writings about putatively supernatural phenomenon. Jones was an 18th century Calvinistic Congregationalist minister, born in Penllwyn in the parish of Aberystwyth in Wales. This was a mountainous and forested landscape believed to be the abode of dark forces. He wrote 2 books dedicated to these agencies. The original was published in 1767 and the sequel here in 1780. They're collections of testimonies describing genuinely genuine encounters, so-called, with spiritual entities, such as fairies, ghosts, devils, and witches. Jones' works belongs to a tradition of so-called spirit histories written by clergymen principally, which marshalled accounts of the supernatural to vindicate revealed religion, prove post-mortem life, and thereby administer an antidote against atheism and Sadducism, which denied the existence of spirits. In 2003, I published an edition that incorporated the testimonies from Jones' 2 books. Jones' accounts deal with how the lower orders of society in particular conceived of the spiritual world. The narratives also preserve the peculiarities of the spirit's noises, the hearer's response to such, and the relationship of the sounds to the context. This was rural Wales prior to the industrial age, through which people habitually travelled by coach and on foot and horseback. He described its forests, woods, mountainsides, fields, lakes, rivers, coach paths, and lanes as being inhabited with the noises of variously the hellish, heavenly, revenant, malevolent, fierce, and wild. What witnesses heard often were sounds that echoed past events and prefigured future ones, sounds where there ought to be none, silence where there ought to be sound, sounds at odds with the nature of their cause, and sounds that travelled through the landscape in peculiar ways. The auditory apparitions were manifest in the form of strange speech, spirits imitating the voices of the deceased, psalm singing, angelic choirs, coach and horses, woeful moans, the groans of the dying in extremis, quiet voices, animal-like sounds, strange whistling, and deafening sounds, loud enough to disturb the fabric of the landscape in which they were heard. Many of the auditory attributes of spirit noises were adapted from the natural world and everyday experience. Their supernatural signification was summoned by the fearful concomitants of the phenomena, such as darkness, the often strange and frightening visible aspect, and the unnerving modulations, exaggerations, and deformations of the auditory source. The acoustic emanation of spirits was sometimes more terrifying than their visual expression, rendering the hearer either seriously ill or incapacitated. Little scholarly attention has been given to historical examples of auditory apparitions. In part, this is because spirit sounds, like all other types of auditory phenomena at this time, were intangible and impermanent. They left no scrutable residue. In contrast, visual manifestations of spirits, while equally evanescent, could be represented and made tokenly permanent in engravings and drawings based upon the witness's testimony. Prior to the invention of sound recording and playback technology, spirit sounds could neither be captured other than as a memory or textual account, nor recalled other than through a verbal or written testimony, which functions Jones' collection fulfills. As in the case of visual accounts of spirits, the witnesses described auditory manifestations in terms of attributes associated with known and natural phenomena. Similarly, these attributes are variously combined, amplified, disrupted, recontextualized, and reinterpreted in such a way as to evoke a sense of the unworldly and threatening. For example, there are several instances in which the customary experience and operation of sound was inverted. The noise that several spirits made was loud, afar off, but grew progressively quieter as the spirit approached. Disembodied or invisible spirits frequently imitated human and animal noises so as to appear either entirely natural or in some manner distorted, or either far louder or softer than their customary volume. For instance, the voice of one female spirit was said to be, quote, as if it were a drum. There are accounts too of angels singing as well as fairies playing music. Other sounds like those associated with nature and material culture are like trees falling, sticks cracking, a roof collapsing, and iron chains rattling. In some accounts, what the witness perceived was so peculiar that it could only be described in terms of an approximation to something in the ordinary world. One witness, on travelling at night across Ilfted Mountain in Breconshire, quote, all of a sudden heard on his right-hand side a sound as strong and loud as 5 or 6 coaches could make at once. In Wales, as elsewhere before the Industrial Revolution, the loudest noises anyone heard were thunderclap, an explosion of gunpowder, gunshot, an ironmonger's hammer upon the anvil, and coach wheels on cobblestones. So whatever the witness thought they had heard was far in excess of customary volume levels. The suite of sound compositions entitled Noisome Spirits returns some of these narratives to a sonic experience. In so doing, it seeks to make the witness's audition sensible by presencing the sound and, following Jones' own determination, providing a, quote, vivid account of apparitions, albeit acoustically in this case. The objective, however, is not to mimic the original sounds, but rather to summon their sonic essence and the witness's sense of the dread and otherness associated with them imaginatively and abstractly. The composition entitled Such a Noise as If All About Was Going to Pieces, which I'll play at the end, is based upon a witness's encounter with noise so cataclysmic and loud that he thought the very fabric of reality was disintegrating. The context of the audition was an incident that began and ended in the parish of Ystrygynllais, also in Breconshire. It concerned the son of an innkeeper. One night, in a lane, he saw the spirit of a well-dressed woman. She was large, pale, and severe, and spoke with a, quote, hollow voice that was discernibly different to a human one. The spirit told him that he must go with her to Philadelphia and take a box containing £200 from a house there. A week later, she transported him supernaturally to Philadelphia and the house where he retrieved the money. Afterwards, the woman told him he must walk 3 miles to a place she called the, quote, Black Sea, which he recalled was, quote, like a lake of clear water, and cast the box in. On doing so, the young man recalled there was such a noise as if all about was going to pieces. A woman in the neighborhood of Ystrygynllais thought that the spirit may have been that of one Elizabeth Gething, who had emigrated to Pennsylvania some 80 years previously. In 1682, Baptists from Mid and West Wales had journeyed to Philadelphia and settled on the banks of the Delaware. A period map shows that had the young man walked from the boundaries of the city along the river in a southwesterly direction and only in that direction for 3 miles, as instructed by the spirit, he would have alighted upon what might have appeared to him to have been a lake, but was in fact a creek. The processes and considerations brought to bear upon the above account in adapting it to a sound work are tutored by a cosmological framework at the heart of Jones' outlook on life. He drew astrological charts to determine the course of his ministry and itinerancy. The notion that the stars indicated rather than determined the course of his life was entirely congruent with his Christian beliefs. The celestial sphere, after all, was God's handiwork, and he'd guided the Magi to the Christ child by means of a star. In the diagram, the central square represented the earth, and the outer square the heavens. The latter is divided into 12 compartments or houses to represent the lunar months. Within this structure, Jones charted the position of constellations, planets, and their precession. I've adapted this schema as a way of representing to myself two domains and their interactions. First, the source material, denoted by the inner square, and secondly, the conceptualization, adaptation, and processing of such, denoted by the outer square. The source material includes the accounts in Jones' collection, topographical descriptions of places in Wales associated with spirit auditions, and illustrations of those places in period maps and topographical prints. The inner square is the domain of scholarly engagement. The outer square is the domain of practice-based engagement, wherein the source material is reconceived and represented as sound, using field recordings, reading, and digital processing. The principle of transformation is deliberately restricted to those modes of digital modulation that mimic naturally occurring phenomena, such as reverberation, echo, delay, amplification, fading, pitch shifting, frequency suppression and attenuation, and various types of distortion and interference. My electroacoustic response to the account begins with the sound that would have been indigenous to the original event, the splash, which is not mentioned in the text, made by a box full of money entering the lake. I recreated the splash as would a Foley artist, that is to say, an artist who crafts special sound effects for radio by dropping a heavy object into a bath of water. The derived source sound, and this only, provides the raw material for composition. 8 separate recordings of the splash were superimposed. The combined sample was then reduced in pitch by 3 octaves and slowed down moderately in order to extend to 3 seconds in length. By these means, the resultant splash sounds larger, fuller, and more reverberant than in the original recordings. The 3-second sample is further stretched to 3 minutes, and it's this version of the source that provides the rather doleful spine to the composition to which the other elements are attached. The measure of 3 refers to the number of miles that the witness walked before casting the box in the lake. These and other elements include various disarticulations of the 3-second splash to evoke a sense of the witness's world going to pieces. One technique manually dismembers the 3-second sound into 12 parts, corresponding to the number of houses comprising Jones' astrological chart. Each part is further divided into 12. The resultant 145 elements are then reassembled arbitrarily and various overlaid and played at different speeds. So here's such a noise as if all about was going to pieces. But be warned, I can't guarantee that you will not become either seriously ill or incapacitated as a result of hearing it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. John, how do you see this piece? Is it for straight audition, or do you see it as a sort of sculptural piece for an installation? I mean, it had quite an immersive aspect to it.
It does. I think if played at a fairly loud volume over headphones or over speakers, it is immersive, but it is for contemplation rather than simply being in the presence of. In the same way as a text is rather like that. We engage it through reading. It's an individual, private relationship between the source material and ourselves. So in that sense, it's perhaps as much like music as it might be sound art.
I mean, it also has this element of things that are strange and frightening and scary. So there's that sense of, is this something to do with you were talking about lower orders of society and Jones's interpretation of these gatherings of testimonies and so forth that give a very unsettling type of account of their engagement with nature.
It is. I mean, the 18th century was the natural world was a dangerous place. I mean, if you went through forests late at night, there was the risk of encountering marauding animals, but there was a really real sense of encountering something from another place, as it were. And whilst the majority of the testimonies are from people of the lower orders, there are also written accounts from clerics and intellectuals who are having like experiences and are no more able to articulate them than those from the lower orders who may have been illiterate. But remember, this was a day and age where a person's word was their bond. And these people had nothing to gain from lying or exaggerating. I grew up in some of the areas associated with these auditory apparitions as well as the visual apparitions. Jones was actually born 50 yards from where I was born, albeit 257 years earlier. And the places where he walked, I walked as a child and walk when I go there.
So Mark Dean says, many thanks, John. A number of the previous presentations have been based on Catholic imagery. Can you say something about Welsh religious traditions in relation to your sound work?
Well, because of the despoliation of the Protestant Reformation, when Cromwell's army went riot through most of Wales, the extant images that would have been on church walls were whitewashed over and the statuary destroyed. So Wales has very, very little visual imagery from the medieval and the Catholic period. So many of these images are an original folk culture in some ways. People are using the source material of the normative and then finding ways of corrupting that normality in order to create these rather striking visual and auditory manifestations.
There's one other one here from Catherine Elvis, if we can get that in, because we're going slightly over now. But can you say more about the relationship between religious belief and spectral apparitions, non-religious, and its relationship to superstition?
Well, there's a great deal of superstition there. I mean, he does deal with ghosts, witches and changelings, for example. So these types of apparition could be found all across Europe. And he, of course, was one of many who were a little bit like Fox Mulder in the X-Files, drawing together what he conceived to be the truth in order to advocate that there was a world that was running in parallel to us, and in certain thin places, and South Wales was certainly one of them, these strange creatures permeated the barrier and entered into our everyday normal lives.
I think, John, we will have to move on now because we've got to the end of this time slot. But there are questions, and we hope to be able to, when we get these this material out, to include the questions.
Yeah,
or
sure.
You can, in any case, answer the people who've asked you those questions directly later on or at your own time. So thank you. That was great. So now I'm going to introduce Jorella Andrews. Jorella is a reader in visual cultures at Goldsmiths University of London. Having studied fine art, worked in media, and then trained as an art theorist, her academic work focuses on the relations between philosophical inquiry, the image world, and art practice, with a particular emphasis on phenomenology, notably the work of Maurice Merleau-Ponty. She has published 2 monographs on this topic, Showing Off, A Philosophy of Image, 2014, and The Question of Painting, Rethinking Thought with Merleau-Ponty, 2018. Excuse me, the previous one, Showing Off, is 2014. Both published by Bloomsbury. The title of her paper is Circling Squares, Phenomenology, Change-Making, and the Idea of the Creation as Theophany. Hello, Jorella. Nice to see you.
Lovely. Well, thank you very much. The theological idea underlying this presentation is an understanding of creation as theophany, that is, a manifestation of God mediated by sensible matter, and it's a theme that's obviously come up several times today. This is a concept that permeates Scripture. While it can reference such occurrences as God appearing to Moses in the form of a burning bush, it also features in less unexceptional modes. In Psalm 19, for instance, in terms of the heavens declaring the glory of God, the skies proclaiming the work of God's hands. Day after day, the psalmist continues, they pour forth speech. Night after night, they reveal knowledge. They have no speech, they use no words, no sound is heard from them, yet their voice goes out into all the earth, their words to the end of the world. And Paul, writing to the Romans about 1,000 years later, concurred, for since the creation of the world, God's invisible qualities, his eternal power and divine nature, have been clearly seen, being understood from what has been made. And as an aside, might what has been made include the work of human hands? I believe that it does. In Christian doctrine, theophany also describes what is taken to be the true vocation and identity of humankind. Take, for instance, the Westminster Shorter Catechism of 1646 to 47. It addresses those learning the fundamentals of Christianity with an opening question: what is the chief aim of man? Or as we might put it today, what is the meaning of our lives? The response is profoundly expressive, aesthetic, and egalitarian: to glorify God and to enjoy him forever. The perfect example of theophany in human form is, of course, Christ Jesus, the eternal Word made flesh. Of particular interest to me, however, is the biblical insistence that theophany occurs and may be perceived everywhere, including in the most troubled, intransigent, deprived, or neglected of spaces, where positive change would appear unlikely, if not nigh impossible. Spaces in which we might want to assert that the godly or sacred are notable by their apparent absence. As a further aside, does this imply that the reality and glory of God can be experienced as revealed not only in that which is beautiful, well made, but also in that which, certainly at first sight, is not? Again, I'd suggest that it does. Again, Christ is paradigmatic here. Christ crucified, battered and torn open. My God, why have you forsaken me? Christ buried. In his book Silence and Beauty, Makoto Fujimura refers to this as Holy Saturday, a terrible sacred time of darkness and waiting. And finally, Christ resurrected. But immediately there's a problem. In Romans, Paul not only asserts that God's eternal powers and divine nature have been clearly seen, being understood from what has been made so that people are without excuse, he also records the persistent human proclivity precisely not to perceive that which is available to everyone, everywhere, here and now. Paul's assertion, and this is the logic of incarnation, is that a vital route to knowledge of the divine requires not that we exit the stuff of matter, time and space, somehow thinking it away, but precisely that we attend to it as never before. Paul describes the progressive hardening of heart and deprivation of those who neglect or refuse to see these manifestations of the uncreated creator, those who at best perhaps revel only in the glories of creation. And historians tell us that fundamentally Roman religion involved forms of nature worship, with the gods operating as personifications of physical forces, although longings for something somehow more were also in evidence. We may ask, therefore, if God's qualities are so often unseen within even the most glorious of natural scenes, how is it possible for those qualities to be apprehended in the worst of instances? Here, Paul's approach is again instructive. In his call for those perceptual limitations to be broken open, he directs his readers to precisely such a sight, that of Christ crucified, which he identifies as the vital turning point on the way to fullness of life. I'm interested in all of these matters because over the last years, I've found myself progressively immersed in the question of how sites of trouble or neglect might best be turned around for the better and what this might mean. Of particular focus, as referenced in the title of this talk, is how phenomenology might facilitate hospitable, that is, non-coercive, non-impositional forms of change-making. I foreground phenomenology because as a perceptually grounded philosophical practice, it transforms vision and thought by immersing practitioners in what we might describe as decolonizing processes of epoche, the bracketing of biases and assumptions and the suspension of judgment, which may make us more receptive to the self-showing of specifically situated life-giving realities previously unavailable to us. To what Hildegard von Bingen in her Scrivias of 1152 called those living sparks of God's love coming from God as daylight comes from the sun. I've extended these reflections on the phenomenological aspects of researching in this way through a recently published paper. And in it, I argue that at the level of research design, any quest for hospitable change-making must begin by orchestrating a shift in attention away from what would at first appear to be the most pressing, our vision of the change that we wish to bring, and towards the site of proposed change as it is now, attending to it until our own agendas fade and we begin to connect with the site's own modes of self-presentation. Why? Because if we want our change-making to be appropriate, that is hospitable, it can't be imposed upon a given site by us from without. It must emerge from a genuine encounter with that site and be co-designed with it. Inevitably, such a process takes time. It also requires that researchers commit to situated inquiries that are accompanied by degrees of self-relinquishment and productive uncertainty, a reality that may at first seem unwelcome. Alongside my focus on hospitable forms of change-making, I'm also interested in whether and how crafted aesthetic devices might support such revelations, perhaps by amplifying them or by reconfiguring our perceptual capacities or both. Which brings me to the case studies on which I'd like to focus for the rest of this talk. Case studies in which the change-making potential of labyrinths, understood as space and orientation-changing devices, are at issue. These ancient structures, which have been found in cultures all over the world, but which arguably have been most consistently nurtured and developed in Christian contexts, contrast with mazes in that they comprise of just one winding path to and from the center. That is, you can't get lost. You do, though, need to keep going. Indeed, a characteristic of labyrinth walking is its capacity to build fortitude as walkers persist even when the path is twisting them away from the center and seemingly in the wrong direction. Although there are no definitive rules regarding the aims of labyrinth walking, in both spiritual and therapeutic contexts, and this is a labyrinth outside of a hospital, a journey of releasing, receiving, and returning is often encouraged. Here, in other words, labyrinth walking is practiced for its productively dispossessive or decolonizing effects as a means of letting go. As such, labyrinth walking and the labyrinths with which they're connected operate as enfleshed versions of the phenomenological process of epoche described above, again addressing both inner and outer realities. But it was a labyrinth-related occurrence a few years back that opened up the change-making potential of labyrinths to me in a new way. Albion Millennium Green is a public open space close to where I live. Since 2013, it's been home to a 7-circuit classical labyrinth created by the local artist, Maria Schutz. And here it is here. The labyrinth was formed from natural elements found on the green, such as small stones and sticks, laid onto a relatively barren portion of ground, thus without the introduction of external materials onto the site. With ongoing care over the years and as moss and grass have strengthened the original structure, it's become established on the site and is a beautiful feature of it. But it remains, of course, a living and thus fragile structure. As is the case with many other spaces, the green is both a local beauty spot and a trouble spot. Dramatically so when it was squatted for several weeks by a group of heroin addicts in 2018. The squatters wreaked havoc, leaving debris all over the green, with one exception. The labyrinth, which was directly adjacent to the camp, was left pristine. What had made this possible? Was its legacy as an ancient sacred form significant? Was there also something about its fragility that communicated? Finally, was this an example of theophany that was in fact heard and responded to? In any case, I came to regard the labyrinth not only as a structure that's capable of bringing change when it is walked, but also in and of itself as a material form, as a powerful agent of care that quietly and persistently remains in situ. This led to a broader question. Could labyrinths be introduced into other public trouble spots, bringing about verifiable, positive, personal, social, and indeed environmental restoration and peace? The notion of circling squares cited in the title of this paper refers specifically to this possibility. Incidentally, this is an expression in which I both invert and also recall the connotations and implications of the expression squaring the circle, and I could say more about that in discussion. I just embarked upon some tiny beginnings in various sites of travel in and around Goldsmiths when COVID struck, but the project I was particularly keen to pursue had to do with a somewhat rundown square located outside of a health centre near to Goldsmiths, the Waldron Centre in Amersham Vale. Stakeholders from the Borough Council were seeking for ideas for what to do with this space. I took photographs of the site and carried out archival research, and possibilities emerged. In an early meeting with a member of the local borough, I was very much concerned to communicate my perspectives. But later, as noted above, I realized that if this project was to be truly hospitable, I'd need to let go of all of those initial visions. Indeed, I allowed the image research to take me elsewhere, and a likely next step will be collaborating with residents and a local artist activist group on a temporary labyrinth building project as part of the January 2021 commemoration of the notorious 1981 New Cross fire, that is the suspected racist murder of 13 young Black people living in the area. It occurred at 439 New Cross Road, almost adjacent to the Waldron Centre. But I wanted to conclude this presentation by going back to a particular scheme for proposed change that had perhaps drawn me the most, and where aspects of South Africa's labyrinth at the edge at Hogsback had thrown up particular possibilities. Drawing upon remarks made earlier, I think that what's particularly drawn me to this was that it was not a pristine scheme, but one that seemed to embrace a certain roughness and brokenness, as if the structure had pushed itself up from under the cracked concrete of the square itself. A profoundly powerful format, nonetheless, a fragile one. And then those rough plantings, again fragile, which would need to be cared for in an ongoing and emergent fashion. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jorella. That was a brilliant presentation. I was thinking about theophany and also, I mean, to bring back Cusa, but how he sort of creates these diagrammatic spaces. Like he created a game called Deglubo Lobby, where it is a labyrinth and it all leads you back to the center, which is Christ.
I need to know about this.
I will send you everything. We'll talk about it later.
Yeah, it sounds amazing.
So we'll open up the floor to questions now. They're just coming in. There's a lot of material there. I have a question actually. So I was thinking about when you were talking about Moses and his vision and the theophany of that vision. I was wondering also about the tabernacle, and I was sort of thinking about how, you know, it's this movable structure that is it's a theophany.
Yeah.
It both presents the vision and it also kind of, well, it presents God and presence is the vision as well that Moses has, and it repeats through time and it's collapsible and it can be moved around. And I was thinking about that in relation to the labyrinth and how there's this kind of, it's almost as if the labyrinth is this kind of movable, you know, structure in the same way that the tabernacle is. Or well, it's not movable, it's permanent in a way that the tabernacle isn't, but it's
yeah, I mean, often those forms were imprinted onto sort of portable items, often onto stones and onto other things that potentially, you know, could be carried around. But yeah, I just think that sense of structures that redirect us. I mean, what I'm interested in, if the New Cross project comes off, is the idea of how could there be a structure within quite a portion of public space that's known a lot of trauma and pain and ongoing kind of layer upon layers of difficulty, and this idea of how might a sense of a physical reorientation of how people might move through that space, bringing with them particular aspects of memory of things that have happened there. It could be personal, it could be just things in the news, it could be accounts, but how by going through that process of bringing those things to a structure like that, laying them down, walking to the center, which is a really strange experience because usually labyrinths are pretty flat. You can see the center.
Yeah.
But at the same time, this almighty sense of panic can emerge as you're walking it and as you are physically starting to turn around and appear to be moving towards the outside of the structure, which is really bizarre. You know you're going to get there if you keep walking, and yet this tremendous resistance and fear rises up. So I'm really interested in, you know, how this very physical process where things often aren't necessarily verbalized, traumas aren't necessarily verbalized, but how that could have a function, not only in terms of processing the areas of personal memory, but also maybe about changing the atmosphere, the spirit, if you like, of the place, you know. Yeah.
I have a question from Mark Dean. So he says, when I was a curate in West London, the church had a labyrinth in the garden that was used by people from different faiths. How much additional information, if any, would you think was required if you placed a labyrinth in New Cross, for example?
Yeah, well, I did a project. It was actually at Goldsmiths. It was during Mental Health Week, where the chaplaincy actually hired a labyrinth, a cloth one, and put it in the library. And what I did for that, because I think it's really important to acknowledge that the labyrinth seems to be a very universal structure. So it's not owned by any particular faith group. So what I did was I just produced a set of postcards. I think there was about 8 of them altogether that had different propositions about how the labyrinth might be navigated, from just simply enjoying the process without any sort of preconceived thoughts, all the way through to perhaps going through a process of this, you know, release, receive and return, or just about a way of trying to connect with an ancient practice, you know, connecting with something, feeling that you're carrying out a set of motions that people have been doing for millennia. The earliest labyrinths that we know of are about sort of 4,000 years old, but the form probably goes back way before that. Something quite powerful about that sense of community that the form seems to gather together, I think. So I think, in answer to the question, I think workshops are a really nice way of actually introducing the form to a wide range of people with the minimum of prescriptiveness, and people can just experiment, I think, with different approaches to its use, if that answers the question. That's what I would do anyway.
Wonderful. I have a question from Alistair Gordon. Thanks, Jorella. I'm curious about the labyrinth as a form of spiritual meander. Is there a sense where it might also relate to Clee's often cited taking a line for a walk, given his spiritual formation?
Yeah, that's quite interesting. And I think we're the line in this case, you know, we're the line that's been taken for a walk very much as we're walking. Yes, and I think this idea of meander is really important, because one of the things you notice as well as you're being moved around is that your perceptions of the space that you're in are constantly being reformulated, you're being realigned to it in different ways, you're noticing different things. And you're also very aware of, we talked earlier about formats when Nina was talking about filmmaking and structure. So you also become aware that you're being formatted in a particular way. And when you become aware of that, you also become aware of the fact that you could actually step out and create an alternate pattern. So I think the meander weirdly can also really highlight bigger questions about how we walk, how we are led, how we also carve paths ourselves that others may walk in, which I think is a kind of really important issue. You know, the paths, the meanders the paths that we're making that we think are invisible, but are actually being increasingly imprinted in the spaces around us, making certain things either possible or impossible for others.
Yeah. I have a question from Kate Pickering. Yeah, so thank you, Jorella. Really interesting. I was wondering, with the labyrinth, there is a sense of linear progression. It appears that although the walker can turn away from the center, they are ultimately guided back to the final point. How does this work in relation to divergent paths, autonomy, or perhaps Sarah Ahmed's ideas around orientations and off-kilter paths?
Yeah, I think there's actually something very important about a weird parallel between walking a path that is prescribed but very in itself divergent, which actually really expands and tests and pulls, but within the context of a certain structure, a lot of emotional or psychological or other kinds of possibility. And I think there's something quite important about the idea of it not being a kind of free-for-all, but it being a structure that you then dynamically relate to, and it relates to you. And I think it therefore can bring things out of you that a more open-ended structure wouldn't, if that answers the question.
Thank you, Jorella. We're just going to move on now, and thank you for your presentation and for all the wonderful questions. So I'm going to now introduce Teresa Calonje. She is a PhD candidate in the art department at Goldsmiths University of London. She's currently working on gesture and its appropriation in live art through the work of La Ribot, Tino Segal, and Luisa Nobrega. Teresa will be speaking on the impersonal and the sacred, Simone Weil, decreation, and art. Thank you. I will pass this on to Teresa.
Okay, thank you for having me. It's been a great day. So I'm just going to be sharing now a recording, an audio, a reading I did on the 1st of November from the tomb of Simone Weil in Ashford. So I'm going to just mute myself.
Simone Weil died and was buried here in Ashford in 1943, not because it was a family graveyard or because she was English. Rather, she was a soul rooted in the absence of place, and she just happened to die here. She had been in London for a few months, working for the Free French government. She fell ill. She had always had a fragile health, suffered from terrible headaches. Everything in her was clumsy. A daughter, an engaged philosopher, a worker, a resistant, a Hellenist, French, born a Jew, she was more than all that. She lived what she thought. Her life coincided with her words. It was all part of an order of things, and that is what she urged, to live, work and act in perfect union with the ultimate search, a search for being, a search that will lead her to a battle with the eye of her own being. She hardly published in her lifetime. If she did, never did she publish under her own name, but under the pen name Emile Novice. It was in ancient Greece that Weil saw the perfect union of religion, politics, art, life, all ordered towards truth and justice, a model of perfect spiritual world in which all that is lived, acted and made has the same source, and all is directed towards truth. Greece was simply plunged into the sacred, into the union of heaven and earth. This is the union that she sought, in which there is no possible separation between profane and sacred spheres. In the world of Aeschylus, of Sophocles, religion was not a dogma, a question of norms and obligations, but a way of life in which spirituality, politics, and life were fused into a modus vivendi, a mode of life too foreign to anything we can possibly grasp today, after the secession of being, and of the division of the sacred and profane. In Greece, there was no intention to make religious art. The spiritual was all. The spiritual was unintentional, intentional, was like breathing. The frieze in the Parthenon was a work of perfect geometrical order. It was a revelation of the gods and a work for the gods. 12 meters high, measuring only a meter in height, the frieze was imperceptible and probably disproportionate for anyone on the ground. Never was there an intention outside the sacred. It was never meant to be seen as it is shown in the museum today. At one point it became art, but it was never actually meant to be art. Legends say that Phidias was thrown into prison accused of impiety, allegedly sculpting his own portrait on the shield of his Athena, trying to leave his mark. This story, though comes from Roman authors, never was something as such conceivable in Greece. The possibility of placing one's own self as an artist in the Parthenon was a fabricate, a syndrome of Romans' change of values. Why would the intrusion of the artist in the work provoke such sacrilege? What happens to art, to one's relation to the world and to the divine, when the artist makes place? For Weil, it was Rome who brought about this decision between art and religion, between religion and politics. It tried to recreate the beauties of Greek politics and Greek art, copying the forms without roots and emptied of their purpose, producing and offering the objects without the spirit. Rome was incapable of the spiritual because it was too full of its own power, of its own self. The power of the state took all the place, and the relation to the divine gave place to a notion of religion. Rather than a journey towards divine, religion became a performance of ritual and a set of commands. Art and the people who shaped it had broken their union with the truth, with the unmovable, with the eternal. What conquered that space left in between, the place of the tear? Weil develops the notion of decreation to understand what creation might mean. This notion feeds from many other ancient and more recent traditions. It is at the core of the Jewish notion of the Tzimtzum that understands creation as an emptying of God. This notion appears also in the Greek concept of kenos, taken on in early Christianity by Paul in his letters. Later theologians used the concept to explain the economy of the Trinity. If God withdraws from creation in order to let it be, so that love may be possible, so that creation may exist, in the same way something in being must die, must withdraw. If God renounces to being, to his real divinity, and withdraws always and constantly in order for creation to exist, so being has to renounce its imaginary divinity, decreate, in order to let something or someone else exist. The imaginary divinity lies in the notion of the I and of the person. The I as the agent in control and in ownership, the person as the other than being, owner of rights. Fake gods thrown into their own world of power relations and negotiations. One has to lose that person, decreate or uncreate, to go back or work towards a different order. Only in this inner attitude of removing oneself of the impersonal can one possibly be simply. Weil was in a life battle, a tragic battle to reach being, a battle to get rid of the hardened empowered person, that third person in the room, the I. It is tactless for me to be here, she wrote. It is as though I were placed between two lovers or two friends. I am not the young girl who awaits her fiancé, but the unwelcome third who is with the two lovers, and ought to go away, so that they can really be together. What your words are unable to recognize, Simone, is that you are the lover. That unwelcome third is the I, that yes takes too much space. It is the I distinguished from others by talents, by its taste, its possessions, the I capable of speech, capable of discourse, owner of articulate language, and at the same time the person incapable of desert, because everything he is depends on what he has and on what he does. How does this translate to the question of an art produced and authored by an artist, the productive person, the performative person, if we are to think of art as a place for the spiritual. Weil did not write very much about art, but she does mention how she was moved by Gregorian chants. She probably saw in the chanting what she called a certain genius, a brilliance in the creating, in the singing outside of one's perspective, and outside of perspective in general, in that attention which is so full that the eye disappears. She encountered this art restored to its full beauty at the Abbey of Salem in France, an art without artwork, composed of melodies, belonging to no one. Gregorian chants were built and transmitted orally in the 3rd, 4th century, bringing and fusing together Jewish, Greek, and late Latin traditions. The simple melodies travelled through the monasteries, and only later were transcribed into manuscripts. What marked its decline in the late medieval was the introduction of polyphony, the appearance and combination of different individual voices. The individual voice. Free rhythm that had characterized the melodies was lost, as taste and measure were introduced. Taste and measure. It became an art. In painting, she loved Giotto, only artist who could possibly work in the spirit of poverty and self-giving of St. Francis. But from then on, the artist just keeps taking more space. From the Quattrocento, some historians would say, the artist emancipated and acquired the power of their own name and place in the visible world, became producers and owners of their artwork. The artist leaves and gives its mark, its personality. Art becomes ownable and owned, portable and exchangeable, becoming a new fetish for the pleasure of salons, and later that of museums. The 18th century consolidated art and history and discourse. Art aimed to be an artwork, an object of pleasure and thought in itself. How to undo, how to turn things upside down. How can the artist withdraw? How to dispossess art from the single voice, the distinguishable voice? How can art be conceived without an artwork, unintentionally, in a movement from the anonymous into the anonymous again, from silence and into the desert? Weil had read over and over again St. John of the Cross, his mystic poetry from the dark night of the soul. She also found the essential notion of renunciation in the Bhagavad Gita. One has to renounce to all desires, especially the desire for the fruits, the objects, to reach the point of seeing worklessness in work itself, and work in worklessness, to desire without an object, to give birth without a child, bearing a fruit that is not one's own, action without an act, being, living, working from nothingness and into nothingness, working for no fruits, losing all references, stripping oneself of oneself, but only to be able to live, work, be, being, living, working on hunger as the only remedy for our disease, the disease of the eye. Weil hardly published in her lifetime. Her writing is messy, sometimes accused of being erroneous. Her methods and interpretation may have been inaccurate. In her notebooks, she exhausts notions. She writes in fragments, short juxtaposed paragraphs. She gives no dates. She is like a prophetess from the Greek tragedy. Her words melt into lamentation, a cry in the void, an uninterrupted cry in the eternal silence, a silence that is presence. She is like someone whose tongue has been cut out and who occasionally forgets the fact. One cannot articulate coherently, be perfectly in grammar, or even be in speech. Least can one be in metric. From nothingness and the bareness of being, from the darkness of the soul, one can only lament. The afflicted, the malheureux, the infamous, has no language. She does not speak. She says nothing. But she has a voice to cry out. How to work as a cry. How to work from the place of lamentation. Lamentation is that sacred place to which being gets to when there is a need at the bottom of its being for a sound to mean something. When we scream to get an answer, and that answer is not granted, it is at that moment and place that we touch the silence of God. One has to reach that point through dispossession, denudation. One has to lose perspective and point of view, all structures of support, one's own situatedness, including those things that are so intimately mine, that I consider as myself. What is left? The desert of being. Have I made Weil quotes explicit, distinct? Quotations would almost seem like a sudden, violent intrusion of her as an author. But one cannot quote when one is singing. Open quote, close quote. No, it does not work. One cannot quote when one is crying, and Weil never expected to be quoted. As she asked her dear friend and philosopher, Gustave Thibon, use my words, use my thoughts, that they may find a home in you. They belong to you, and I hope that having been transmuted within you, they will one day come out in one of your works, like those story tales she so loved. Maybe her whole work, all her writing was written to be the draft of someone else's work. One can only participate in creation by decreating oneself, forgetting self, from an anonymous scrapbook. Only then can being open its arms, stretch its hands, cry, stop, listen, and wait. Never grasp, never capture, tirelessly waiting, a waiting that has become being. She packed Plato, the Gita, and St. John of the Cross in her little bag before she left to Ashford in an ambulance. Here in the sanatorium she died, only a few days later. Her tomb remained anonymous for nearly 15 years.
Thank you very much. It was beautiful to listen to and journey with you through it. Everybody's saying how beautiful it was and how much they enjoyed it.
Well, I must say, I'm quite happy that this actually took place in November, when, you know, Christians commemorate the dead, and that I was able to do that sort of. It was partly ritual, partly very personal. So it was a bit of a, and going and sort of doing that pilgrimage to that tomb, and actually doing the recording there, because I've never done anything similar. This is the first time I ever record my voice or ever sing in public, at least. So it was a bit of an experiment, seeing how it would experiment.
People are saying it was incredibly meditative and moving. Thank you, partly, Rachel. I mean, can you say more about how you prepared yourself for it and how you were thinking? Because you said that you wanted to read it in an intoned way, but you had a particular phrasing for it.
Well, I think this is the recto tono. It's trying to, but I didn't really manage. I'm not a singer either, so I'm nothing of anything. I'm not a performer. I'm not a singer or a musician or anything like that. But I was trying to keep the single tone. That was apparently when Gregorian chants became more popular, and people would sing it for the liturgy, but without any training. They simplified it to the recto tone to go to the most simple tone. So I wanted to go to that, the most basic tone. And I was also thinking how reading Greek tragedy, and I think that they don't really know, you know, is all sung. Well, there was a lot of song was very important in Greek tragedy, but there's no traces of what was sang or how it was sang. I think they do study the metrics and see what, you know, the intonations are. But I was thinking how to maintain a chanting for as long as possible. And so I was also thinking, and as a lamentation that is like a never ending, that's linked, that links our finitude to the eternal, and that never ending sort of chanting, lamentation. How to maintain that for well, it was not very long. I did a 60-minute recording, but I was like,
Actually, how did you decide on what it should be, the length that it should be? Did you have particular things that you want to say, and that's how you rehearsed it, or did it?
I had to cut out a lot because we had to stay. I had to keep it within, you know, the parameters, the limitations we had. But I left a bit out, and I probably maybe should have left other things out and included other. I don't want to. But,
there's a question here from Michael Newman. Says there was a fading away quality about the voice. Does that have to do with Simone Weil's bodily existence, or being in and out of the world, or being in and out of the world?
Well, the fading away as yes, as that sort of
your voice.
But then, I mean, what's striking and what moves me with Simone Weil is that sort of that fading away that actually never happens. That is impossible. So it's not quite a withdrawal yet, or never be a withdrawal, but you're in that state of sort of fading, or as you can't really escape. You can't really ever withdraw. So, yeah.
I mean, in some ways, her handing over of her material was like, in a sense, and she didn't want to withdraw.
How maybe that withdrawal? Yes. What's interesting is that can happen, you know, in the writing. So that's why I go back to, you know, the quotations and how the work has been used, or how she was using that pen name, using another name to publish her works. How there's a certain withdrawal that can happen in writing, but not in the living.
Elena has a question.
So thank you. That was incredibly beautiful and moving and rich. And there's so many things that I want to ask you about that I'll probably have to ask you about after. But I was thinking about how Simone Weil's, sorry, I'm not saying it properly, but how her voice, you said that it's like this sort of singular voice crying out in the dark. And I was thinking about, I was relating that to the simsum and kenosis and the withdrawal that was sort of ebbing and flowing, and the sort of dialectic, I guess, between withdrawal and giving oneself up in order to receive oneself back. And I suppose what it really brought to mind was in the original Hebrew Bible, all of the vowels are left out. And it's like that's where subjectivity comes in. It's when, you know, only the consonants are there and you have to put in the vowels. And sometimes that can mean that a word can mean cursed or blessed or damned. And I was wondering, with the sort of conversation that you were having around subjectivity and the possibility of it and how it operates. Sorry, it's a very roundabout question, but I was thinking about, so I wanted to ask sort of how complete do you think the simsum has to be, and how much sort of return is there? How much sort of are we created as we decreate, and vice versa? And what do we contribute back to God by decreating, I guess?
Yeah, what is left when everything's being decreated?
Just to tell you that I might like to get a couple of more questions in, so maybe if you could answer it in a way that would enable that, because a few people would like to ask you another question. We're sort of out of time now in your slot, but sorry, just to...
So should I read that? Did you become increasingly...
Well, I mean, maybe if you answer Elena's question and then John Harvey.
Yeah, okay. So what is left, I mentioned. Then you also suffering and is something very important in Weil's work. So so her own suffering, her physical suffering with her pains and headaches and her late illness at the end, but also the cry of the suffering, when there's nothing left and you can only cry when you can't be in speech. And I'm not sure I have to answer to your question, but in relation to the cry, I think there's the element of suffering that's also important too, and what is left
John Harvey,
when the body is exhausted.
John Harvey, with regard to the traffic, the background traffic noise, which signifies the now to some extent, as you entered the performance.
Yeah. I suppose when I got there, I thought I would be in the middle of middle of the forest. I don't know, I suppose in the middle of nature, and that would only hear the birds in the background, and that it will give it a sense of Garden of Eden or something, of a place of union, with the dead. And then there was the sound of the traffic, the motorway. So it's just that it's not so much a crossing, beep, beep, no part, the red light, people, it was, it's another lamentation, but it's sort of this never ending, that sort of noise that doesn't stop, has no stop or interruptions. It's so linear. And actually I didn't mind.
Thank you, Teresa, for a beautiful piece of work and very beautifully judged all of it. So we're going to have a break now, but before we do, I would like to introduce Maurane Gadeau, who is known as Mrs. Blues, an undergraduate in the BA Fine Art course, and she has a studio practice of found objects, fabrics, mixed media, performance and film, along with an important interest in music. And she is going to do a live performance of a song called L'Oiselle de l'Amour.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Nina, for introducing me. Just before I start, I'd like you all to know that I used to believe good and valuable art needed to come from pain, suffer, or at least some sort of darkness. But since the sky opened up to me, I experienced love to such a indescribable depth that I decided my art would reflect this with simplicity. And so L'Oseille de l'Amour, which means the sorrel of love, is a very chill and spontaneous song that I wrote last year in response to this intention that I have now to spread love. I initially performed it with some lovely friends dancing and singing with me. So feel free to participate or interact with your microphone off, because I don't want to create chaos. But I think honestly, does it not feel good sometimes to just go with the flow and embrace this idea of utopia? This is L'Oseille de l'Amour. Na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. Non, je ne viens pas donner de conseils, je ne fais que partager l'oseille de l'amour. L'espérance nourrit la persévérance, fait aussi briller les échéances de l'amour. Non, je ne viens pas donner de conseils, je ne fais que partager l'oseille de l'amour. L'espérance nourrit la persévérance, fait aussi briller les échéances de l'amour. Petit, 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 peu grand, méchant, mais petit, 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 petits et grands, tous flanchés. Puis je l'ai vu dans ta piscine, tout nu en train de faire des signes. Il me forçait à regarder, je faisais comme à la télé, réalité mélangée, fatiguée, j'ai tout claqué. Oh ouais, oh ouais, oh ouais, oh ouais. S'asseoir sur un banc, juxtaposition d'élan, serait-ce soit une vie de Peter Pan. Oh ouais. S'asseoir sur un banc, regarder de près l'horizon, serait-ce l'idylle de tout un homme. Oh ouais. Puis je mets un pied dans l'eau, de couleur cacao, car l'autre a un petit bobo. Oh ouais. Puis je mets un pied dans l'eau, de couleur cacao, car l'autre a un petit bobo. Oh ouais. Na 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 na. Non, je ne viens pas na 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 na. Non, je ne viens pas donner de conseils, je ne fais que partager l'oseille de l'amour. L'espérance nourrit la persévérance, fait aussi briller les échéances de l'amour. Non, je ne viens pas donner de conseils, je ne fais que partager l'oseille de l'amour. L'espérance nourrit la persévérance, fait aussi briller les échéances de l'amour. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Whoa. Na 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 na. It's all about love. Thank you.
Maurane, thank you, thank you.
All right, welcome back everyone, and thank you, Maurane. That was absolutely beautiful. So Kate Pickering is a London-based artist, writer, and an AHRC/Chase-funded PhD researcher in the Department of Art and Visual Cultures at Goldsmiths. She investigates the entanglement of body, belief, and sight through research into American megachurch evangelicalism. She'll be presenting a paper entitled "There is a Miracle in Your Mouth." And I'm going to hand over the stage to Kate. Thank you.
Thank you, Elena. And thank you, everyone else, and Nina. It's really nice to be a part of this today. Super generous and interesting. So yeah, thank you for including me. Okay, so my research and artistic practice examines the entanglements of body, word, and world through site-based writing. I focus on the evangelical megachurch, exploring how belief is cultivated and sustained in relationship to a narrative that is mediated throughout its visual and material culture, and how this narrative creates a sense of bodily orientation and disorientation. I write about Lakewood, North America's largest megachurch based in Texas, shown in this image here, where up to 52,000 congregants gather weekly. Within the immersive space of the megachurch, defined as a church with more than 2,000 in weekly attendance, but with a significant proportion globally reaching the tens and hundreds of thousands, bodily experiences range along a spectrum from fixity to dizzying freedom. Charismatic preaching centered on improving the self is relayed over multiple screens. The emotive address combines with overwhelmingly loud music to create a charged atmosphere, enthralling vast crowds of worshippers with a message of certainty. I propose that the megachurch evangelical narrative is both transactional, through the certainty that God will respond to the right requests, and teleological in its emphasis on victory for believers both now and in the future. It produces a paradoxical relationship to worldly materiality, whereby the things of this world are overlooked as merely a shadow of God's kingdom to come, whilst bolstering the belief that success or blessing is signified by material acquisition and comfort. It is a narrative in which the human is uniquely significant, destined to predominate and subdue the world, which is merely a backdrop for the redemption story. This narrative creates a feeling of certainty that becomes embedded in the body and is experienced as an orientation, a foundation on which the believer builds their life, a way of being in the world that is stable, secure, and unshakable. I examine how this narrative is mediated through sight, performance, spectacle, scale, and effective atmospheres within the American megachurch as materialities that both orient and disorient the believing body, and how this creates a discrete world, a totality in which megachurch communities live. Drawing on philosophy, cultural theory, historical and sociological research into the American megachurch, and my own experiences of past involvement in megachurch evangelicalism, I write evangelicalism as a grounding, consoling story that underpins a boundaried but expanding global community against a backdrop of increasing precarity. However, the propagation of the prosperity gospel, a success narrative of health and wealth at many megachurches, emphasizing comfort and consolation, consolidates both individualism and an inherent passivity within American evangelicalism at large toward climate crisis. Additionally, white evangelicalism has been historically entangled with republicanism and is currently failing to address a growing proto-fascism, a form of Christian nationalism that intersects with its culture, which arises from a fear that Anglo-Christian American identity is under threat from a number of enemies, including progressive secularism. Evangelical churches tend to understand their cultures as a pure distillation of biblical truth and authority, overlooking the significance of how it narrativizes or frames the gospel. This myopia occludes that evangelical churches are always a product of their social, cultural, political, and environmental situatedness. Within my artistic practice, this research is channeled into experimental writing that performs orientation and disorientation, highlighting the certainties of belief and the disorientation of disbelief as a bodily phenomenon. Houston, where Lakewood Church is based, is a city with high pollution rates, the world's largest petrochemical complex, and disproportionate levels of subsidence and flooding. It is situated on the Gulf Coast and has a subtropical climate, a dense humidity in the summer that is offset by being one of the most air-conditioned cities in the world. Utilizing a method of liquid navigations in the writing, informed by a practice of floating and the feminist new materialisms of Stacey Alamo, Nancy Tuana, and Astrida Neymanis, performative texts transport the reader across disciplines, materialities, belief orientations, historical periods, and site. Challenging Christian tropes of separation and division, I aim to blur binary oppositions and discrete categories. Water is explored as matter that is both significant within Christian tradition and that also impacts the site of Lakewood through extreme weather events. Water acts as a metaphor in the writing for the dynamic relationship between the individual and the crowd within the communities of evangelicalism. Through this method of liquidity and a focus on flooding, I foreground bodily entanglement with material reality, aiming to disrupt the fixity, solidity, and simplicity of the megachurch evangelical narrative, and to think its homogeneous culture as multiple and open, reorienting it toward the material world of things. So in my previous work, I've scripted text for performances within particular sites. So this image here is from a performance called Empathy Structure from 2017, where I wrote 6 chapters for 6 floors of this open stairwell and used the height of the space and getting an audience to look up and look down to kind of create a sense of orientation and disorientation. So this is me leading the audience up the stairs. And then this is just a super quick, very quick rush through some of my previous work. This is a performance called Cell from 2018 that I wrote for Victoria Slipper Bath, a small cubicle with an audience, and I moved through different states of fixity and fluidity, and the audience moved with me. And then lastly, this is an image from The Hermit in the Crowd, a half-hour-long audio piece for one listener at a time in a pitch dark room. If you're interested to see more, this is all on my website. So I'm currently working on a text titled There is a Miracle in Your Mouth, into which is woven several threads. Mythic stories of the Osteen family and the history of Lakewood within the broader context of American evangelicalism. An account of an oncoming hurricane based on research into Hurricane Harvey. And lastly, I map my own bodily experience of faith and loss of faith onto the site through imagining the builder as a character that experiences a literal rupture in its boundary, as the hurricane brings with it the contamination of the outside through a catastrophic flood. So the following reading I'm about to do is just a very short extract from a much longer text that will hopefully end up being a publication and will also feed into a site-based performance. So this is from chapter 1, which is World Building Foundations and the Liquid Lithic. When our time began, when the earth was a formless chaos, when God's spirit hovered over the face of the deep, he spoke. And in the speaking, things took form. His voice spoke dry ground out of black water. He spoke dark seas into word things that crawled onto the land and formed into bodies that breathed and ingested and spoke. These bodies told the story of this beginning over and over. And then there were so many words, a torrent of things spoken by so many mouths, enough to fill an empty world with word things, with worldings without end. December 1973, Houston. The construction team break ground as work begins on the foundations of a sizable new building in the multi-use business complex of Greenway Plaza on the north side of the Southwest Freeway. It will cost $18 million to construct and is destined to be a premier sports and cultural venue to promote the city as a notable destination. It will aid the growth of basketball into a multi-billion-dollar entertainment industry. In 2003, it will be leased to and then bought by the Osteen family as a new site for Lakewood, in the process becoming North America's largest megachurch. Underneath the parched ground of Houston lies the saturated zone, formed of 3 immense aquifers. Aquifers are porous rock from which water can be readily extracted. The Harris-Galveston region, in which Houston is found and through which the Buffalo Bayou snakes, lies to the north of the Gulf Coast and the west of Galveston and Trinity Bays. The land has been slowly subsiding as the aquifers compact due to over-extraction of groundwater for domestic, commercial, and industrial consumption, altering the flows of the creeks and bayous and creating an increased likelihood of severe flooding. The depleting aquifers in descending order are called Chickett, Evangeline, and Jasper. This text is about the story form. It is a text about the speaking of world-forming stories, in particular, a story of stories, one that enfolds all other stories and encompasses all time and space, one which neatly makes the world a morsel we can easily digest. This is a foundation story, an story that in its repetition becomes internalized into an inner stable ground. It is the story of creation, fall, redemption, and recreation. This story sometimes appears as an edible wafer that is placed on the tongue. This small nourishment represents a body, the God-man protagonist at the heart of the story. A body story consumed by a body. We are what we eat. This God-man is also referred to in the story of stories as the cornerstone, the first stone placed in a structure from which all other stones find their bearing, and upon which the entire structure is built. My body, in the here and now, is a flip-flopping tongue, an undecidable body caught between refusal and agreement, a slippery body that won't be named and claimed for this foundation story. I am an unfixed hinge between yes and no, up and down, and inside and out. And yet, I will tell you the story of a woman who is fixed in place, a bricked-in woman, a building body who dreams of a plot hole, and in dreaming becomes unanchored. She is the individual who lays waste to herself to become a great openness to the world. I will also tell you the story of the open bounds of the global crowd of believers, a vast mass of cloistered individualism who become stuck in their dreams of wholeness. I will ingest these stories. They will make me. Convert, Latin, to turn around. Let us, for a time, wholly turn and completely convert. And then we will come to rest, fixed. But if we continue to turn, we will spin, our motion turning into a torsion, the twisting off-kilter movement that leads into a vortex. Vor, Latin, to eat. Text, from Latin textus, to weave. This weaving will keep us turning. We will follow the watery movement that is, in essence, being. A vortex eats down into matter, making a hole, an empty void at the core. Let us eat down now into the ground, making a gut, tunneling time space through which a bolus of effect will travel. Something is sputtering through a long chute. It is wet concrete. It streams in around me. It is warm. It slides into the gaps between my fingers and toes. Workmen are pouring liquid concrete into steel foundation grids, the concrete slopping through metal funnels, spattering their boots. The aggregate pours out, piling into concentric circles, small lumpen pieces clinging inside the mix. The wet concrete is filling a void the men have made in the ground, slopping heavily, filling all the gaps around me, moulding to my shape. Already, the mingling warmth of the concrete in my perspiring body is causing the water vapor to escape. The aggregate is beginning to harden and dry. The concrete that is used in the creation of a building's foundations is reinforced with steel to provide tensile strength and enduring stability. The concrete that holds me is seemingly inert, but as minutes leach into hours, small exchanges take place between the concrete and my body. Where it has hardened near my skin, it has absorbed sweat. In turn, microparticles of aggregate have been absorbed in through my dermal layers and into the blood, lymphatic and digestive systems. The particles work their way up through arterial stems and into the folds of my cerebral cortex. My thoughts are becoming concrete, immovable, literal. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. That was wonderful. Now we're going to be taking questions. So we have a few that have come through. So here's one from Shiona Beaumont. I find myself wanting to object when you describe a church tradition such as the megachurch as myopic, something to do with your own perception of what religion is in terms of the glossy image and spectacular experience. Is there room in this project for something more inside/outside, more about inversions for you as a viewer/participant, as has carried through in your wider practice? I'm rooting for more of the self-reflexing owning of your own theology as an artist.
Okay, interesting question. I'm just trying to make sense of it. So I don't really see my practice and my introductory section as two different things. They're both one and the same, just expressed through different forms. I would totally argue that the megachurch has a myopia towards its own culture. I feel that really strongly. I think it tends towards a lack of self-reflexivity. That's been my experience of it, and my research has backed that up. In terms of how I situate myself in relation to that site, both through my critique of it and through my artistic practice, is one of both inside and outside. So drawing on my previous experience and my previous experience as an evangelical, and also now as being in a kind of liminal inside-outside space to that culture. So I would say that both where I'm at in terms of how I write about it theoretically and experimentally, there's a similar kind of position within both. I hope that answers your question.
Right. Okay. So John Harvey says, are there many artists engaged in critiquing post-evangelical and ex-evangelical culture in the US and elsewhere, where unconversion narratives are central to the artwork?
Oh, that's, I don't know. That's a really good question. I don't know the answer to that. I'm involved in a number of groups online. You might have heard of Ex-Evangelical, which is a group set up by Blake Chastain, and that's got quite a big following in America. And I follow that on social media and his podcast as well, which kind of fairly thoroughly critique American evangelical culture. As to whether there are any artists who are working this area, I don't know, and it's possible that there are in America and I'm not aware of them. As far as the UK, I don't think so, but if anybody knows, then please tell me, because I don't know.
Sorry, Nina is asking, what is the role of the photographs?
Yeah, thanks, Nina. So at the moment, I have a bank of imagery that I've kind of built up over the course of the project, and I'm still thinking about what I do with that. At the moment, it doesn't have a role in terms of the performance practice, but I'm thinking about bringing that in. So I gather my own images through photography. So I went on a research trip to America last year and sort of have amassed an archive of imagery. And then imagery that is related in my head as well, other images that I've gathered, and I draw as well. I'm just, my head is so in writing at the moment, but at some point I'm going to expand back out and I hope to bring that visual imagery back in again. But anyway, the photos that I showed, mostly were my own images, a few were from the internet, social media. Yeah.
Thank you. I have a question from Omleka. Respect your work, particularly the poetic methods, and thank you for the presentation. Is there something unintelligent in approaching dynamic mass cultural forms like evangelicalism, which provide rich and grounding experiences for many in a context of relentless technological instrumentalization, by funneling them into academic tropes, which can only contribute to the socio-political polarization that characterizes public discourse at this time?
Thank you. Thanks for asking that, because my aim is to provide a nuanced account of evangelical culture, and I know it is largely demonized in both, most obviously, I suppose, in the press, but also it tends not to be given a nuanced account of enough within contemporary art, within the fields of contemporary art and academia, tends, depending on the field, I guess. I mean, perhaps within sociology and anthropology, there's a more nuanced engagement with it. But so my aim, I know I gave a pretty hefty critique there in the introduction, but to be fair, it is a fair critique, but I also do talk about how these communities are, they create a sense of belonging to people, they create a sense of purpose. I mean, and this was my experience of being within that culture was largely positive. Yeah, it provides, it kind of provides a space of community. And I think that's really important, and I wouldn't want to dismiss that at all. But at the same time, that doesn't overshadow, you can't use that to then not think critically about what it also does. And I think evangelicalism in America is particularly problematic politically currently for the reasons I outlined. And it would be remiss of me to not also mention those things. So I try and give like a balanced account. And in my writing, if you where it's longer and more fully formed, because I gave such a short extract of it, I do talk about those more positive aspects as well, and kind of try to put the reader, who is likely to be a secular audience, into the position of being somebody within that culture, and the kind of positive feelings and the kind of positive impact on somebody's life that can have. So yeah, my aim is not to just bash it down. I'm not interested in doing that, as you pointed out, and also not to contribute to political polarization, which also you rightly point out, but to kind of create a space where the people who've never belonged to that culture, they could perhaps put themselves into the shoes of somebody inside that space and understand what it's like and what the appeal is, and what the kind of impact on the body is. Yeah.
Thank you, Kate. We've gone over a little bit, so I'm just going to jump quickly to Lucy Newman-Cleave. Lucy is an independent curator and consultant with 20 years experience across the visual arts and the cultural sector, working with organizations such as the Tate Britain, British Council, Creative and Cultural Skills, and the Artist Information Company, Arts Council England, and DCMS. She was the founding director of Man and Eve Gallery. In recent years, her work has become more focused around her curatorial and research practices. She has a theology degree from Cambridge and a master's degree from the Royal College of Art, and is interested in work that combines these disciplines. She is currently engaged as a curatorial consultant at the Faith Museum and the Auckland Project, and is currently doing a PhD at King's College, where she's exploring contemporary art as public theology. All right, I'll hand this over to Lucy.
Thank you. So when Nina invited me to take part in this event, she indicated that she'd be particularly interested to hear about my personal and professional experiences as an artist and curator, making and presenting work within a religious content. So the presentation I'm giving today is in part a history of contemporary art and religion over the past 30 years or so, and it's also part autobiography. And I apologise in advance if it's too anecdotal and quite thin on theory, but I hope it can serve as a barometer of whether my own experiences are unique or shared. I'm also going to analyse where I think the conversation and practice relating to art and religion is at now, and suggest some ways in which it might be possible to move these forwards. So coming of age in the late 80s and early 90s, I was aware of the conversation between religion and art in terms of a subculture. I was brought up in a small town in a Christian home and in a fairly low church evangelical Protestant context, within which I received mixed messages about art and contemporary culture. My father's parents had been a classical musician and an artist, so at home I encountered a positive view of the arts. Music in particular was important. From an early age, my parents took me to Greenbelt Festival, where I met other Christians trying to engage fully with art and culture, although this environment also perpetuated a Christian scene or subculture of its own. At school, art was considered to be a less serious subject than, say, maths or science, and the expected destination for any bright student was a top university. So despite always having wanted to go to art college, I found myself applying to Cambridge to read theology. When he heard about this, the minister of the church I belonged to at that time warned me against going to a secular university to read theology for fear that I would lose my faith. Evidently, I ignored his counsel, and in '94, I arrived at Cambridge to study theology. I didn't immediately love it, but I gradually settled and then spent as much of my degree as possible thinking and writing about art through a theological lens. During this time, I was supervised by Ben Quash, and I also got to know Jeremy Begbie, both of whom were carrying out research in this area. Jeremy was about to launch a Theology through the Arts programme, which I think was the first in the UK, and I was able to be involved with this in the early stages. I continued to make and exhibit work alongside my studies, and also spent a summer at the Slade, which allowed me to develop my work further. By this stage, I knew I'd discovered my question, or my vocation, for want of a better word, and it was rooted in the relationship between art and faith. Around the time of my graduation, I met the student pastor at my church, and I told her about my sense of vocation. Her response was that the arts were a godless place and that I risked losing my faith if I followed this path. Perhaps I should consider teaching instead. Now, I'd read books by Hans Ruckmacher and Francis Schaeffer. Written in the 1970s, these were among a handful of textbooks on art and religion that were available to me, but they only provided half the argument I needed. They seemed to be written in order to address a church that was very negative about or mistrustful of contemporary art and culture. And whilst the responses of the ministers I've mentioned kind of show that there was still a need for those arguments to be heard, I didn't need convincing of the power and importance of art. What I needed was the intellectual framework and arguments to justify making work that reflected a worldview in which there was a God, and sharing this publicly in a culture that had proclaimed the death of God. And trying to work out those arguments and make those connections in the early 90s was much harder than it is now because of the technology. Hardly anyone had their own computer. Our essays were all handwritten. And I don't think I actually went online to explore the web or send an email until about 1997. Now I can go online and collect with other people who are interested in this conversation, but it wasn't like that back then. And there weren't many libraries which stocked books about theology and art. If you wanted to read them, you had to go out and buy the books, and that limited the amount of research you could do. Similarly, in terms of understanding what was going on in the art world, if you didn't have any physical proximity to the places where contemporary work was being made and exhibited, and in the UK context, that was basically London, and if you didn't have access to a library that stocked art journals, it was much harder to keep abreast of what was going on. And this meant that, most of my early research into the relationship between theology and art was all in an art historical mode. One of the ways in which the conversation around art and religion was disseminated during those years was through magazines and journals. Arts Journal was first published by the Society for the Arts in Religious and Theological Studies in Minnesota in '98. Image Journal was first published in Seattle in 1989, and Art and Christianity Journal was first published in the UK in 1994. So I got to the end of my degree in '97, and I knew I wanted to explore the relationship between art and religion more deeply, but I didn't know how to do this. I had no money, no job. I couldn't afford to move to London or to do another undergraduate degree. So I thought, great, higher degree, more study. That'll at least give me time to access library facilities. And this area of research is inherently interdisciplinary. And as a practitioner, I knew that my way of working things out was through practice-based research. But interdisciplinarity and practice-based research was still at least 10 years away from becoming well understood or supported in the arts and humanities. And this posed the problematic question of where to locate my study and research. I wanted to make a place would seem to be an art college, yet I sensed, rightly or wrongly, that the kind of conversations I was interested in wouldn't be supported or even acceptable there. And this pointed me back towards the theology faculty, where it wasn't possible to do research by practice. And then there was the issue of getting funding to do interdisciplinary work. I was offered a place to stay on at Cambridge to do a PhD with Jeremy Begbie, but I had to turn it down because I couldn't secure the funding I needed. Since that time, we've witnessed a burgeoning of opportunity to study theology and art as its own subject, although this is still confined to divinity schools and conspicuously absent from art schools. I've already mentioned the Theology through the Arts programme that ran at Cambridge between '97 and 2000. Other examples since then include the Centre for Arts and the Sacred at King's College London, the MA course in Christianity and the Arts, and in literature, theology and the arts at the University of Glasgow, the Institute for Theology, Imagination and the Arts at the University of St Andrews, and the MA in Theology, Imagination and Cultures at Sarum College, which is part of the University of Winchester. In North America, notable examples include Duke University and Regent College, Vancouver. I'm not aware of any similar modules or courses that are offered at art schools even today. Events like this one at Goldsmiths are exceedingly rare. And why is that? So now is perhaps a good moment to consider some of the terminology that's used. In the 30 years or so since I became interested in this subject, the terminology shifted and evolved. Art and religion, art and faith, theology and art, theology through the arts, art and the sacred, art and spirituality, theology, imagination and the arts, visual theology. These are all titles that have been attached to particular initiatives or publications that position themselves, broadly speaking, within the same territory. I'm not entirely sure who first coined the term visual theology. It was the title of a book published by Tom Challies and Josh Byers in 2016, and it appears that they were using it as early as 2012. Shona Beaumont and Madeleine Thiel also chose it as the collective title for a series of conferences, exhibitions, and related events founded in 2018 that explore the relationship between the spiritual imagination and visual culture. Even between these contexts, it's applied in various different ways. So I'm going to explain how I understand it and why it comes closest to describing what it is that I'm interested in. I like it because there's no and. It implies an interdisciplinary practice. It's not a theology of art or theologians reflecting on art. It's an act of theology in which art has agency. I might even venture to replace it with the term aesthetic theology, because I think this can extend to include a broader range of art and curatorial practices that exist beyond the visual. I think it's the least explored area in the field of religion and art, and it's also the most relevant to today's discussion and context. It's the least explored area because of where the conversations have been taking place, which is not to say that artists haven't always been doing theology through their work. I think they have. It's just that they've not been able to use the language of theology to describe what they're doing. And that lack of language has limited an external understanding of their practice and to some extent limited the practice itself. Anyway, picking up again on my own story, after university, I ended up moving to Edinburgh for a couple of years. I found a part-time job working for a radio production company where we made a weekly music programme for NPR in the States. I continued with my own practice, which was at this time a combination of painting, printmaking, photography and video work. And I also started working on independent films in Edinburgh and Glasgow. Eventually, I managed to save enough money to move to London, and I arrived here a few days before the turn of the millennium. Within a couple of years, I was working at the Arts Council as Media Arts Officer for London. And from there, I went to work for DCMS, developing arts and cultural projects that involved new technologies. I continued with my own practice throughout this time, and in 2003, I was offered a place on an MA course at the RCA, which came with funding attached. At the Royal College, I continued trying to make work that was rooted in the relationship between art and religion, experimenting with different registers and approaches. But I struggled to find the right visual language, and I also struggled to find conversation partners who were either willing or able to help me. The tutor I was assigned was always unavailable for tutorials with me and made it clear that they didn't think that art school was the right place to be asking theological questions. Others were kinder. I remember showing one of my films to the delightful late Al Rees, who looked at me over his spectacles and asked, "Yes, but what does it mean?" And it was a perfectly reasonable question, but it rendered me mute. I simply didn't have the language to allow me to articulate and defend the work I was making as aesthetic theology. There was this whole daunting architecture and language of continental philosophy, particularly post-structuralism, that had to be understood and engaged with almost before you could actually get on with making work, let alone talk about it. Now let me reflect on that for a minute. Where did this anxiety I felt about being able to articulate and defend my work within a very particular philosophical framework come from? Was I correctly sensing the hegemony of secular humanism within art academia and the need to develop an apologetic in response to this? Was it a hangover from being educated in a system that didn't take artistic language or knowledge seriously, that saw them as less important than a technical language expressed through words? Or was I simply coming up against the fact that interdisciplinary study requires you to be bilingual? You have to master the language of both disciplines. I couldn't show up at a crit and start talking about my work using terms like eschatology or soteriology. I needed to be able to explain my work in a language that was acceptable within an art environment. And to an extent, I think that all of these factors were at play. I limped through the MA and produced a passable degree show, but left feeling really disappointed by the whole experience and not knowing how to move my work forwards. And that was when things took a surprising turn. I'd started producing some exhibitions in a friend's venue while I was at the RCA. And when I left college, I decided to open my own gallery, which I ran from 2008 to 2014, alongside doing consultancy work to pay the bills. At its peak, I was producing around 6 to 8 exhibitions a year. I took part in art fairs around the world, and I represented a portfolio of artists. There was no real agenda at the outset. I certainly wasn't focusing on religious work. I was showing work mostly by my peers, but also by more established artists that I was instinctively drawn to. It required me to write a lot of press releases and art fair applications. And over time, that practice of writing and curating, and I'm not even sure I would have described it as curating in the early stages, more exhibition making, allowed me to gain a greater critical distance and to carry out research and to work through ideas. I also gained a much better understanding of the art world. And I want to talk briefly about an exhibition I curated in 2012 at Islington Mill in Salford, which was something of a breakthrough for me. By this stage, I'd started a PhD at King's, and I wanted to be more deliberate about trying to curate exhibitions that asked theological questions. Bill Campbell and Maurice Carlin invited me to put on an exhibition to coincide with that year's Manchester Contemporary, and it was such a gift. I'd had this exhibition in mind for a couple of years, and Islington Mill was the perfect place to try out some of my ideas. Perfect because it offered this huge, beautiful, semi-derelict, really atmospheric space to work in, but also because of what Islington Mill represents. It's a celebration of the unconventional, of radical and subversive thinking, and it's incredibly inclusive and collaborative. I honestly don't think I could have realised this exhibition anywhere else. Certainly, I don't think I could have done it in London. So Brittle Crazy Glass brought together work by Richard Bevan, James Brooks, Sophie Clements, Mark Dean, Pip Dickens, Pippa Gatti, Alistair MacClymont, Simpson and Volley, and August Ventimiglia. The title for the exhibition was taken from George Herbert's poem, The Windows. Usually understood in spiritual terms, the poem also works as a metaphor for how materials are simply brittle, crazy glass until they're animated by some other agent or phenomena such as light or sound. Many of the works in the exhibition explored the use of light as an activating agent. Others recreated, described, or subverted natural phenomena, or created the appearance of a concrete physical object from the record of a temporal event. With the exception of Mark, I'm not sure that any of the artists involved would have described themselves as having a particular religious faith, but they were all happy for me to discuss their work within a framework of immanence and transcendence that was set up by a deeply religious poem. And this exhibition laid the groundwork for subsequent projects I went on to curate, which were perhaps even more explicitly religious in their content, including On the Impossibility of a Pure Praise Poem, Man and Eve in 2013, which brought together work by the Benedictine monk and concrete poet Dom Sylvester Huerdard, with work by Mark Dean, Anna Sikorska and Aliki Brain, and Stations of the Cross at St Stephen Walbrook and Stations of the Resurrection at St Paul's Cathedral in 2017, both of which I developed with Mark and with a choreographer, Lizzie Q. Ross. Which brings me almost up to date with what I'm doing at the moment, which is working as a curatorial consultant for the Faith Museum, a new museum in development in Bishop Auckland and due to open in the summer of 2022. And finally getting around to finishing my PhD, which I returned to last year after a long gap for family reasons. So that's where I am today, but where do I think that the conversation and practice relating to art and religion is at today? I think that the sector still needs to articulate an apologetic for the public practice of visual theology. And what I mean by that is that there's a need to develop a rational basis for its legitimacy as a form of practice within the public sphere, and particularly within the contemporary art world. The cultural shifts we've seen in recent years have opened up new opportunities for making this argument, and they also suggest a number of constructive ways of doing visual theology. One obvious approach is to apply the hermeneutics of socio-critical theory in order to reveal and challenge the power structures that exclude positions of faith. This involves entering into debates around intersectionality and inclusion that have opened up in the past decade, but it also means giving voice to other groups and individuals who are similarly excluded, and acknowledging where religious affiliation grants privilege. In constructive terms, this means that visual theology may discover surprising compatibilities with certain activist art practices. I think visual theologians can perhaps learn a lot from looking at, for example, feminist theology and feminist art, or at queer theology and queer art, and at the art and theologies of other political and liberation movements. Another opportunity for developing an apologetic is to apply the hermeneutics of post-secular discourse. And this post-secular turn's been recognised within the art world. In November 2010, Frieze gave over a whole issue to the theme of religion and spirituality. And in 2013, Deutsche Bank Art magazine published a feature called Question of Faith, in which a series of artists, curators and theoreticians were asked, is there a return of the religious in contemporary art? Respondents included Sylvia Henk, Professor of Cultural Theory at Lucerne University of Applied Sciences and the Arts, who wrote that one could and should have certain expectations regarding the concurrence of art and religion today. Artistic works which precisely deal with religious form and meaning have the ability to mediate between blind faith and rational knowledge. They belong neither to a dogmatic religiosity that confuses belief with conviction, nor to a totally individualized who cares how or what religiousness, in which faith is an utterly private thing. When artistic works successfully translate sacred symbols into the language of secular art, it happens not as blasphemy or a deconstruction of the religious, but rather in Jean-Luc Nancy's sense as redeeming deconstruction. In terms of intercultural understanding, it might be opportune if Western artists came to realize that secularization is a uniquely European project. Understanding other cultures means understanding their religions, in which instance it is also helpful to consider the religious foundations of our own culture, for which Christianity developed an iconographic program which retains its magnificence to this day. In addition to the apologetic task, I think there are a number of key areas that are ripe for further exploration. The dialogue around religion and art has tended to focus on the work of art as object, and there's much to be gained from broadening this to include socially engaged and relational practices, as well as questions of artistic intention, curation, and display. We're seeing a trend towards collectivized and decentered curation, but what implications does this have for visual theology? There also needs to be much more consideration of the interdisciplinary nature of visual theology and its performative modalities. It need not be something that's theorized first, then applied, but rather it can be developed and evolves while being made or performed. And the discourse clearly needs to have a more global focus. At present, it's very Christocentric and engrossed in the Western canon of contemporary art and art history. And there's so much to be learned from other theological perspectives and artistic traditions and practices. So to summarize, over the past decade, we've seen a number of societal and cultural shifts which open up opportunities for visual theology. It's a completely different climate than it was even 20 years ago when I was starting out. Theological questions have long been implicit in the work of many artists, but the language and the fora within which to articulate or discuss them has often been missing. At the same time, conversations around art and religion have been flourishing in theology departments. By bringing these conversations together as an interdisciplinary practice, new models can emerge that enrich our theological understanding, allowing us to do theology in new ways, and perhaps even make for better art. We don't know exactly where this inquiry will end up, and it would be wrong to adopt a teleological approach. But going back to one of the questions that I think Jorella asked in the chat right at the beginning of the day, do you think that the works that we make know more than we do, including more about us? I think that's the nub of it, that question. And perhaps that's why I continue to choose to practice visual theology.
Thank you, Lucy. That was wonderful. And I think a lot of people are really strongly relating to what you have said and your experiences in their own ways, whether they be artists or curators. And I can see that from the observations. So I have two observations to read before I read out the question, because I think you might like to respond to them. So this is from John Harvey. He says, I know a Jewish ex-RCA student who received the same criticism as did you for engaging spiritual themes and the landscape genre too. It struck me as a very parochial outlook on art, as well as betraying an appalling ignorance of one of the most significant roots of art, in the past. Art could be about anything but religion. And Kate Pickering, in the similar vein, says, I also had a similar response on my MA at Goldsmiths. I was making work using an evangelical text, I was told by one tutor he wouldn't do a tutorial with me because it was about religion.
Yeah. I mean, you know, I'd be really interested to hear from some current students whether that's still the case. I mean, I think it's why today's event is so significant, happening at somewhere like Goldsmiths. I mean, actually, Goldsmiths is the only place that's ever turned me down for academic study. They told me they couldn't supervise my PhD. And that's in quite recent years.
Just to say, Lucy, that there are a few names from students and ex-students whom I recognize from the list of today. So it seems that some students do continue to have an interest in it, but were maybe not able to sort of vocalize it quite. You know, like you said yourself, was your own experience.
Well, I think you know, I'd been trained in a kind of theological language, and you know, had a huge amount of my first degree was sort of biblical studies, and I was still thinking in that mode, and of course the art world uses a completely different kind of language. I mean, actually, I think it, you know, if we're talking about an interdisciplinary practice of visual theology in which both sides are kind of being a bit more self-reflexive, I think the art world could be a lot more sort of critical of its own use of language, which is often incredibly obfuscative. I mean, I even had a grin in, you know, reading some of the ways people wrote about their presentations for today's program, which are wonderful, but you know, the kind of using language which is almost trying to skirt around the issue or describe religious and spiritual theological ideas using anything but theological language. So I think we've still got some way to go. I mean, I think I didn't touch on that, but there's another huge area is actually discerning or coming up with a new language, which is perhaps makes sense for both theologians and in the art world. Somebody's asked a question about the biggest challenge facing me as a curator when creating exhibitions based on Christian art, considering an audience of mixed or no faiths. I mean, certainly that's something we think about quite a lot at the Faith Museum. You know, we've got sort of, you know, HLF funding, and we've got funding from the Jerusalem Trust. So we've got one funder wanting us to be almost proselytizing and the other wanting us to be completely secular. So there's often an issue around funding. I think even when we did the project at St. Paul's Cathedral, I had to, you know, which was the Stations of the Cross, for heaven's sake, Stations of the Resurrection. I had to sort of sign a disclaimer saying that it was a sort of non-partisan religious event. Well, of course, it was open to everybody. I think what's so useful about the kind of post-secular turn, you know, to the extent in which you accept that's happened, is that it's perhaps broken down some of the barriers between what we might consider as religious and what we might consider as secular. So I'd argue quite strongly that, well, I suppose I'm as interested in work which is theological, but not necessarily kind of recognizably Christian in its content. I think objects, you know, kind of everyday objects can reveal as much, and we're finding that with the Faith Museum as well. We're not just showing religious objects, we're also showing, you know, it might be a football or a telephone, or, you know, kind of depending on the story you attach to it and the way in which other people have perceived and the meaning they've imbued those objects with, they can be faith objects that reveal theological truths just as much as a kind of, you know, a crucifix can. I think as I've been listening to the presentations today, I have been wondering if, you know, growing up in quite a Protestant context, I think you have quite I have a different relationship to imagery than maybe somebody who's grown up in a more Catholic context, where which is much more visually laden, I think. And I'm rambling a bit there.
Maybe you can.
So I have a question from Shauna Beaumont, and she says, "Lucy, great presentation. Thank you. The problem with lack of language for and understanding of religion / faith / theology, etc., in the largely secular art world is so apparent, so acute, and so hard to overcome. Thank you for the very helpful closing pointers. Now, do you think that this conference and others can help interdisciplinarity as at the coal face? What are the essential ingredients?
I hope so. And why I hope so is I think location. I think location is the really, really key thing. I think the more that conversations and events like this can actually happen in the spaces where art is being made and critiqued, the better. And I think that the way in which the conversation has developed over the last 20 years is so much to do with where it's been taken place. And I know there are sort of parachurch movements or groups. I'm thinking groups like Morphe. I think Ali Gordon's here today, who are supporting, well, certainly Christians who are trying to make work and offering spaces where critique can happen. But I think by opening up our discourse as well to people who aren't of faith backgrounds, but accepting that actually everybody has got something to say about theology, broadening the partners for dialogue can also be really helpful, because the more we can find a language to talk about these things, the more students are going to be able to talk about what their work's about as they're coming through in art colleges. So yeah, I hope conferences like this can help, but I do think that location and dialogue partners is really key. I would love to see an art school have offer a module around faith and religion.
Wonderful. Sorry, do we have, I don't have the schedule in front of me. Do we have any more time for any more questions?
I think we've gone over quite a bit, actually.
Yeah, so let's just go to, thank you so much, Lucy. That was wonderful.
There are great questions there that you can pick up later, in any case.
Yeah. And there will be a social afterwards, so we can...
Yeah, absolutely. Great.
Great. Okay, so I'm very happy to present Mark Dean. Mark Dean is an artist and priest who works in video and sound. He has exhibited nationally and internationally since the 1990s, with work represented in museum collections in the UK and abroad. In 2010, Dean was ordained in the Church of England, and since this time has tried to understand and live out a vocation as both artist and priest. Thank you, Mark. But I'm very sorry, you'll be presenting a talk entitled Pastiche Icons.
That's okay. So thank you. I'd first like to thank Nina for inviting me to speak today from a personal perspective as an artist. It's a particular joy to be back in Goldsmiths, albeit virtually, as I both studied and later taught fine art here for many years. But I no longer work as an academic, and I won't be speaking as one today. I now work as a chaplain to University of the Arts London, but I'm not speaking in that capacity either, although I will say a few words about arts chaplaincy projects later. To address the subject of religion and art as an artist, I need to speak from a position of faith within the context of contemporary art practice. And because I've been trying to do this for a long time now and still find it a struggle, I know there are many younger artists who might find it even more difficult. In fact, I know because they tell me so. It can be very isolating. And that's why I think this conference, one of the many reasons why this is such a great conference. So thank you again. I wasn't brought up in a religious environment. My spiritual education was initiated as a young teenager in the early 1970s with exposure to psychedelic drug culture. I later discovered similarly new age ideas within the history of modern art, beginning with the theosophical concerns of the early abstractionists, continuing in the Jungian perspectives of mid-20th century painters, and feeding into the Zen Buddhist influence on artists like John Cage. But perhaps the greatest influence on me at this time was the Sufi-inspired feminist space fiction of Doris Lessing, especially Jocasta. I read these novels at a time when I was trying to stop using drugs and experiencing reality as something amazing but unstable. I had recently begun making art, which quite possibly saved my life and certainly changed it. However, this newfound creativity did not feel like my own property, but rather something I entered into, or which perhaps entered into me. Lessing combined her somewhat apocalyptic spirituality with the anti-psychiatry of R.D. Laing, whose work I was also reading, and not just out of curiosity. So, by the time I went to art school, I was, like many young students, experiencing art as a liberation and life as a challenge. And in many ways, that remains the case for me today. However, I have learned a few things along the way, the most important of which is that ultimately it is not art that will save me, but God. I hope that word is valid in this context, that is used personally in relation to art. For so long, it has not seemed possible to speak in those terms in the art world, or rather the art world that I've been a part of, where the practice of faith has been understood or perhaps misunderstood as something other artists do, outsiders at best. And we had a little conversation about that just now. But this condescending anthropology is shifting, as evidenced by the current curatorial interest in artists' spiritual practices, which have been discussed without irony in many recent exhibitions. And we have this symposium, which dares to use the term religion. I began to engage with the religion myself while I was studying on the Fine Art MA at Goldsmiths in the early 90s. I was learning to be an artist, and a young British one at that. At the same time, I was learning to be a Christian. It seemed like these were two different languages, and I wasn't sure how to translate them or even connect them. My first concerted attempt was in the video and sound work Scorpio Rising 2, the Gospel according to St. Matthew / Hell's Angels on Wheels of 1997. This was a kind of remake of Kenneth Anger's 1963 film Scorpio Rising, which combined biker and Bible footage and was informed by the neo-paganism of Aleister Crowley. Anger's film was explicitly anti-Christian, and I wanted to make something that was explicitly Christian. But I wasn't interested in simply countering his argument, partly because I knew I couldn't compete with the brilliance of Anger's filmmaking, but also because I don't believe it helps when faith is expressed aggressively or even defensively. I've had experience myself of people complaining about my art in the name of religion, and I sometimes wonder what kind of God they are trying to defend. There is a saying, God doesn't want your help, God wants you. Anyway, what I did do was to combine Anger's use of film appropriation with Cagean techniques of chance and anti-authorship to see what specific content might be revealed in the process. While Anger had cut up and re-edited his material to polemical effect, I ran my two source films simultaneously through a horizontal split screen without further editing. For me, the resulting work functions as a kind of gospel, partly because the atheist Pasolini was so faithful to his source, and so the subtitles of his film, which play in the lower half of my film, are effectively a translation of the Gospel according to St. Matthew. But also because there are so many correspondences between the narratives and imagery of the two halves of Scorpio Rising 2, that they produce a kind of sustained intertext, which somehow mirrors the way that scripture can interact with our own life stories. I'm particularly interested in Kenneth Anger's use of film and music appropriation, a technique that was pioneered by Joseph Cornell in his 1936 film Rose Hobart, and subsequently developed into video by Dara Birnbaum in her 1978-9 work, Technology Transformation, Wonder Woman, because in their various ways, all three of these artists are interested in content and meaning. And of course, this is also the concern of religion. However, appropriation in art is often understood otherwise, as a tool for demonstrating, if not the absence of meaning and content, then the artificiality of its construction. I don't disavow this critical function, but I'm less interested in directing it outwards than inwards. If religion means anything, it means that there is a truth at the heart of things. Too often, this is presented by religionists as a totalizing truth, the answer to all questions. But behind this is a harder truth, that much of what we choose to believe in is false, or at least only partially true, and eventually falls apart, or is seen through. And this is where the critical functions of religion and art might meet. Arguably, it is where they both started out. The authors of the Hebrew Bible developed what was perhaps the first self-critical culture, and they did so via the poetic, analogical imagery of the prophets. This use of analogy was later developed into an interpretive system. Hillel's second law of hermeneutics, known as gezerah shava, or cut equally, states that if two disparate texts share the same word, at some level, they also share the same meaning. In Scorpiorizing 2, I applied a similar analogical technique to art by using the elements of one work to make another, and then allowing those elements to coincide and generate meaning. And I made many other works that were based on similar correspondences, including some which mixed sources that shared a similar name. The first of these was Going Back, the birds times 32 plus 1, made earlier in 1997. I got the idea for this while I was in church one day, and it became the work that really launched my career as an artist. It was shown around the world and was purchased by 2 museums, one of which also wanted to buy Scorpiorizing 2. However, I didn't want to sell it because it seemed as though it wasn't my property. We agreed instead to make Scorpiorizing 2 into an artist's book, containing a DVD of the work, to be published in an unlimited edition by the museum. However, the project was beset by copyright difficulties that were never resolved. Some years later, video technology had moved on, and I was able to put it out myself on the internet. But ironically, I think that by that point, the work may have been past its sell-by, even though it was free. And by this time, I too had moved on and was training to become a priest. Perhaps because I'd never resolved the question of the relation between contemporary art and religion, I thought that this might mean having to give up being an artist. And so when Beaconsfield Gallery offered me a mid-career retrospective, I called it The Beginning of the End. One of the works I made for this show was Christian Disco, 2010, which mixes a 2-second fragment from the first Terminator film with the ends of readings from a Holocaust Memorial Day service. This work went on to be shown at Chapter Cardiff, Tate Britain, and the Boymans Rotterdam, which proved that at least some of my post-ordination work was still acceptable to the institutional art world. While it's true that the work could be read as a critical of Christianity, or at least aspects of its history, I hope it's clear that the critique is directed as much internally as externally, if only because it is made by an artist who is a Christian priest. The work is apocalyptic in a number of ways, but the hope of religion is that when everything that is false and wrong is stripped away, there will be something left, something good that is not artificial. But what constitutes this, and what relation does it have to art? There were many theories of essence and authenticity in modern art, and these had an obvious relation to religious ideas of soul, although art was posited as a replacement for religion. Abstraction was seen as the revelation of the hidden truth behind the illusions of representation. And even the postmodern theory that was dominant when I was a student at Goldsmiths in the 90s, which challenged these ideas of essence and authorship, was often associated with Marxian notions of an authentic humanity waiting to be recovered after the illusions of capitalism, which of course are supposed to include religion, were overcome. The techniques of appropriation and remixing that I've used since the 1980s are usually theorized in terms of the latter postmodern perspective and in opposition to the former. However, I've never really accepted this binary. It never chimed with my experience of art or indeed religion. The theory that most interests me now is that of René Girard, who speaks of mimesis, or of representation and copying, not as a superstructure or a shell, but as the heart of our humanity. That is, there is no authentic, original personality that we can return to, but rather we are pastiches, and our desire is to appropriate our identity from others. Now, this may sound like one of the more nihilistic varieties of postmodernism, but actually it is founded in Christianity, whereby Christ invites us to copy him as he copies his Father. Thus, the horror of emptiness is transformed into kenosis, the self-emptying that makes room for the indwelling of the Spirit. However, this is not the escape from the world promised by Gnosticism, the old heresy that lies behind much New Age spirituality, but is bound up with violence and suffering, as experienced in the cross. In recent years, I've worked collaboratively and in non-gallery contexts. I made a series of 14 Stations of the Cross videos, which I projected onto the Henry Moore altar of St. Stephen Walbrook Church during an all-night vigil on Easter Eve, which culminated in a dawn Eucharist. This was followed by Stations of the Resurrection, where I installed 12 video and sound monitors in St. Paul's Cathedral, which provided an arena for a dance performance by Lizzie Kuros and co. And as Lucy mentioned, we made these two shows as a trio, a collaboration between artist, choreographer, and writer. I also made Pastiche Mass, consisting of 5 videos that replaced the choral parts of a Mass, which was celebrated in Chelsea College of Arts, where I'm a chaplain. These collaborative events were developed through Arts Chaplaincy Projects, a partnership between University of the Arts London and the Diocese of London, connecting arts practitioners with spiritual communities and creating mentoring and exhibition opportunities. Because we're short of time, I was going to tell you a little bit about those projects, but if you're interested, you can look them up. But they're an extension of my practice through working with other artists. I'll tell you about one actually, just because I know the lead artist is here today, Anna Sikorska. That was a collaborative art project in Heathrow Airport involving workers and passengers producing light boxes to celebrate the 50th anniversary of St. George's Interdenominational Chapel. In my own practice, I've lately found myself returning to more personal concerns and forms. At first, I wondered whether this was a regression, a turning away from corporate faith towards an earlier reliance on art as individualism. But in the end, I think this is a false dichotomy. God can no more be confined to religion than spirituality can be to art. The work Metanoia, which was screened in the lunch break in a rather fuzzy Zoom, through a rather fuzzy Zoom filter, ends with the protagonist breaking free from the maze in which she has been trapped. A related work is Dream Factory, which inserts another protagonist into Arthur Jaffa's video for Kanye West's Wash Us in the Blood. This is a more political work of art made this summer during the Black Lives Matter protests, but still I can promise you a religious happy ending, which you can watch along with all the other works I've mentioned on my website at tailbiter.com. Thank you.
Is Nina, thank you so much, Mark. Is Nina there?
Sorry, I'm just here, Elena. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mark. I was just saying that my Zoom dropped out halfway through Mark's talk, but that's fine. I mean, I know Mark's work, and I've seen the pieces that he's referred to, but I did miss out on the central part of the talk. So, would like to encourage those of you who were there throughout to put your questions to him. We have a little bit of time before we have the break. We've sort of started a bit later anyway. So, yeah. So, Mark, there's a question here for you from Shona Beaumont. Wonderful presentation and film earlier. Thank you. Just a comment, a comparable theorist in Baudrillard, possibly, another apparent nihilist about the simulacra, but who also wrote about Kairos and the apophatic.
Thank you, Shona.
Thank you, Shona.
Oh gosh, I got a terrible echo. Which is good because I don't want to talk about Baudrillard. But thank you for the comment.
Mark, you've always spoken about, I mean, from my times I've come to hear you talk, and you always spoken about this split between being, the irreconcilable split between, your belief and the work, or there seems to be in your mind a split between those two domains, if you like, and you always, as my understanding is that you sort of tended to speak about them in that way as irreconcilable paradigms. I mean, do you think anything has shifted for you more recently, or do you feel that irreconcilability between the two?
Well, Nina, I think that, yes, things have shifted for me, and I think things have shifted in the world, as evidenced by, well, A, this conference being at Goldsmiths, let's work backwards. B, all the shows that have been on lately, although they seem to be more about spiritualism, I would say, than
spirituality, really.
Yeah. But anyway, I mean, hey, it's the fact that that artists' spiritual experiences are able to be discussed without irony and without a sort of crude anthropological approach is I think very encouraging. And it's for people who, it's for artists of faith and writers and viewers, really, to open that space up. I don't think we need to wait for other people, which I guess comes back to your question to me, what's shifted for me. Yes, that split, I mean, I think that maybe I've projected a kind of split onto this question, my own psychology, because I think actually a lot of people have just said, well, really, why don't you just do it, and suggesting that I'm focused too much on the kind of conflict. And actually, since I've been ordained, really, I used to ask this question about the relation between them, and I haven't answered it, but I know I am a priest and I know I am an artist, so and I'm only one person, so I don't have a theoretical answer to this split, but it's about practice, isn't it? It's about practice.
Yeah.
And that's I worked with you in the art practice department of Goldsmiths,
And there's a question here from Holly Slingsby, says, thanks, Mark. Please, can you say something about appropriation and iconoclasm?
Holly, that's a very interesting question. Yeah, well, iconoclasm, I mean, that's do you mean, I can't talk to you, can I? I wonder if you mean that historically, or specifically historically, or well, I mean, I think it, I think that, yeah, I mean, I definitely use appropriation to work through this, because the split that Nina was just talking about there, and I'm sure I'm not the only one in this virtual room today, experiences it personally, not just as a sort of inner situation, but actually as an oppressive situation, where you're like the students that have been referred to already, who are told that their work is invalid, essentially, who are literally told their work is invalid. We haven't got time to go into the reasons for that, but it's definitely true. And when I don't mind saying, when I taught at Goldsmiths, I'd sometimes be asked to come in to help assess a student who I never taught, simply because they were making work that had some sort of fideistic basis, and I was known to be a public Christian, which I think is deeply problematic. But anyway, I'm sure things are shifting, because that was someone's put in the comments a while ago, that was 10 years ago, and I'm sure things have changed. But nonetheless, I think you know, when you're kind of, you know, when you're in a situation like that, you sort of kind of have to fight back at some level, you know, and I think you can do it through making work. So I've started for some time now. I've appropriated iconic works of art, like, for example, Agdas' "I'm Too Sad to Tell You," which I've mixed with a clip from, actually, we saw it in an earlier work in the screening, Maria Falconetti in Joan of Arc. And, you know, I'm doing it for a good reason, I hope. I mean, it's not simply, but I'm aware of the buttons I'm pushing, you know, for artists for whom that work it's almost like sacrilegious to appropriate that work. So I don't know if that's a form of iconoclasm, but yeah.
Mark, we're just running out of time. We're actually in the coffee break. So, but if you could just maybe quickly go through maybe one or two more questions quickly. Do you think, from Lucy, do you think that the fact of being ordained makes it easier? People expect you to speak about faith?
Yes, of course it's easier for me to speak about faith. Yes, of course. But whether it's easier to be an artist who speaks about faith, I don't know. I mean, you know, a lot of people think that anyway, I've talked enough about myself, but I don't know. But we'll see, Lucy, you'll see.
Well, maybe we should stop there and have a break when the screening of Linda Mary Montano Celebrates Mother Teresa's Birthday will be screened, and then come back and for the final presentation with Linda Mary Montano. Thank you very much, Mark.
Thank you.
Thank you,
everyone.
Brilliant.
And I'll read the questions. Thank you.
souris avec
Let's stand
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Thank you, Linda, for this brilliant interlude of a video of your performance at the Empire State Building. I would like to introduce Mary Montano, who is a seminal figure in contemporary feminist performance art, and her work since the mid-1960s has been critical in the development of video by, for and about women. Attempting to dissolve the boundaries between art and life, Montano continues to actively explore her art life through shared experience, role adoption, and intricate life-altering ceremonies, some of which last for 7 years or more years. Her artwork is starkly autobiographical and often concerned with personal and spiritual transformation. Montano's influence is wide-ranging, and she has been featured at museums including the New Museum in New York, MOCA San Francisco, and the ICA in London. The title of her work is, which is an interactive work, is A Performance, Religion, Fun, and it's an interactive performance. And she will tell you what she would like you to do in relation to the microphones and so forth. So may I welcome Linda Mary Montano.
I'd like to begin my presentation with a prayer. Holy Spirit, you are welcome here. Come flood this place. Yeah. And fill the atmosphere. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Your glory, God. Oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God, is what our hearts long for, longing for, longing for, to be overcome by your presence, Lord. Yeah, Lord, your presence, yeah, oh yeah, your presence, Lord, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, 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 yeah. Holy Spirit, Holy Spirit, ha ha, ha ha, Holy, Holy Spirit, be welcome here, be here, you're welcome here, you're so welcome here, you're so welcome here, you're so welcome here, you're so welcome, come here, you're so welcome, yeah, come here, yeah, come here, come here, come here, come here. Your glory, God, is what our hearts long for. Come flood this place, fill the atmosphere. Fill the atmosphere. So we're overcome by your presence, oh Lord. Lord. Yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 So Nina, do you want to see that 1 minute film now, or do you want me to? I have. It's called Ways That Being Raised Roman Catholic Influenced My Performance Art Life. The Sacrament of Penance. Going to confession as a child every Saturday and being taught in Catholic grade school that I was sinful and caused the death of Jesus. I consider my art as a duplication of this sacrament. For example, when I perform art life counseling now, as a bona fide performance artist, I am the priest, listening to people's issues, giving cures, helping, and hopefully not scaring the collaborator. Confession was always frightening back in 1948. The art life counseling is reassuring and fun in that I pick up a salt shaker, pour salt in their hands and say, take what I say with a grain of salt. My art cures fear. I was persuaded from my addiction to suffering art, or the art of suffering, and the performance of penance as art, when I became friends with the transfiguration of Jesus. 2, the Holy Spirit. When I was taught about the Holy Spirit, I asked myself, where are the women? There's only the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Back then, women were silent, muzzled, unspoken. But luckily, I sensed a need to respond to my feeling of exclusion. So I became friends in the 40s with the Holy Spirit. And by the way, is this an internal and hidden reason why I began working really conceptually and physically with live chickens in my art? They were the stars of my MFA dissertation at the university. And later I became the chicken woman, evolving from showing live chickens to becoming one, a holy perchance. 3, the mystical body. At the age of 9, I had an experience of the mystical body, an experience of presence and oneness, while visiting 2 elders who lived next door to us in an upstate New York small village. My performances, and especially my endurances, are always about asking for, creating, and hoping that oneness and unity consciousness come forth and are born from time, space dissolving. 4, the crucifixion. When I was 9 years old, kneeling in church, I told Jesus that if I was to be like him, I would suffer as much or competitively and suffer even more than him. I'm sure that's why I pushed acupuncture needles in my body, pushed rubber catheters down my nose, got tied to a person for a year with a rope, handcuffed myself. Oh, that's synchronistic. That's the handcuff. Spent 14 years dressed in different colors to bring honor to the chakras. Blindfolded myself many, many times, living alone in galleries. These were my personal crucifixions via art. But I grew tired and I got old. And eventually, metta or loving kindness suggested something different. Plus, I stumbled on the rest of the Jesus story, that is, the resurrection, Pentecost, the transfiguration. My art changed because my one-upmanship, womanship with Jesus changed. We now collaborate. 5, the Eucharist. My first Eucharist at 7, I fainted at the wonder of it, the body, the blood, the body, the blood. And it happened one more time when I was in my 60s. I fainted, the body, the blood. Have I truly found that that level of swoon, ecstasy, alpha, beta, theta, delta, brainwave transcending is possible to achieve via the Holy Spirit infused endurances? Does my art reach that level of self-forgetfulness? For example, I experienced an ego death when I chanted the story of my ex-husband's murder during the video Mitchell's death. I know that isn't like the Eucharist, but it's a close second. Body, blood. Religious statues. My whole art life, I've been wanting to be an incorrupt saint, a living statue in the church of my art. Sometimes I succeed. My art is so generous in its ability to give me the spiritual medicine that I need to heal my ego. The crucifixes and Mary Magdalene sculpture that I made in 1966 will hopefully find a home in a tiny chapel to be made, et cetera, et cetera. So if you want that to happen, it includes a finder's fee, money for you. Holy orders. It's obvious, given my art life story, that I would perform as a priest impersonating a nun, as an officiant at my rituals, as a person high in the ranks of my own church. But this priest confers the grace of open-hearted compassion and wisdom, hopefully. I'm hoping I am not a priest, clergy person who does harm. If I am a good art priest, what a wonderful job I have created for myself. Art gives me what I need and want. Angels, number 8. I impersonate them, I dress like them, collaborate with them, I invite them into performance space. They can do their angelic job with me, for me. I'm never alone, performatively or personally. Sainthood. With apparent hubris, I've acted in art bravely, brazenly, giving myself titles, jobs only the real saints have earned. For example, I perform as Mother Teresa because I look like her, bent over, aged. This way of performing helps me to make peace with my aging art life body. Over the years, I have become over 12 different people via what I call trauma-induced art dissociation. I play with gender persona and the question, who am I really? It is a question that I will continue to ask until there is no more personal I, just a marrying of my source to source, my big art marriage. By the way, all of you are saints as well. I end with a visitation, my favorite rosary mystery. Sculpting it over and over as art in the 70s helped cure my inner heart. In these times of no touch, May we all hug ourselves and perform the visitation of life to life. Much art, life, love to all of you. Love, Linda. Let's give a big shout out to Robert for putting together the slideshow, to Nina for months and years of putting this together, for all of us for appearing visibly and invisibly online, and for thank you, everybody.
Thank you. So there's a question here from Pauline, says artists as mediums, channels for divinity, question mark.
Where is that? As mediums. Yeah. I mean, I was without therapy. That's my issue. I was born in the 40s, and trauma drama without therapy. This is what you get. This is what you get. So I think that the very intense Catholicism of my childhood, and then I went in the convent for a couple of years, and then many adventures into Asian worlds allowed me to work without a medium channel. Yeah, I guess you could say that, medium channel. Divinity, the veil is thin. The veil is thin if you're dissociating. The veil is very thin. And I guess on the other side of the veil is what they're calling, I don't know the term, but they're calling it consciousness, or whatever collective dream, or the revision of the ego, or quantum physics, whatever all that is. Abuse invites awakening, and and the thing is, what to wake to? What to wake to? Abuse invites awakening, and what to wake to? What to wake to? What to wake to?
You referred to your gift to art as a Catholic gift. Can you say something about that?
I was a selective mute as a child. I didn't speak, but I did smell incense, and I did see floating men in these robes running up to the altar and performing beautiful actions and rituals. And my dad was a musician, so we had music, and we had my grandmother was an outsider artist, and my mom was a painter. So the stage was set. The stage was set for me just to borrow the incense, and borrow the outfits, and borrow the altar. I borrowed the altar. Had I been raised something else, I would have borrowed another device, another theater prop.
Yes, there's a couple of questions here from Mrs. Blues, who is Maurane Gadeau, who sang that beautiful song earlier. Could you tell us a bit more about your process of what you call collaboration with Jesus and the angels? How does this work?
I don't go alone on the stage. I pray before I invite invite my angels and saints, and I get out. I try to get out of my way, so that, I mean, this doesn't sound correct, but something like all the chakras are available. It's just not, look at me, Ma, I'm performing. Hopefully it's not that. And if I do that, if I set the scene, if I do the quote incense, if I allow myself to be Holy Spirited, then that's a good day. That's a good show.
There's a question here from Kate Pickering, who says, "Hi Linda, thank you. Such a phenomenal life of art making. So interesting. I was wondering though where you play with your identity by taking on living person's identity. In the case of Mother Teresa, do you know how the people who come to you on the street experience that, both before and after the realization that it was a performance?"
Yeah, I loved it when the priest was there, because did you see in the movie the priest was there? I loved that he was generous enough to allow me to be Mother Teresa. We might show, well, you've seen the Bob Dylan, Mother Teresa, Bob Dylan, Paul McMahon are 3 live people. Before that, I became 7 different people. And that video is right now not on YouTube because of copyright issues, but it's going to go back up altered. So I've always been playing with getting out of my own way by being someone else, because being me was just not that comfortable. Being Mother Teresa, I did that because the Empire State Building refused to turn the lights on blue and white for her, the color of her habit. And my my justice at that injustice was, well, then I will go there as her. What was happening is my body, because of neurologic issues, my body was starting to bend. My face was beginning to show Mother Teresa kind of lines. And I always use what's going on. So what was going on was kyphosis and wrinkles. I mean, you could have called that piece Kyphosis and Wrinkles. What I believed, everyone there was getting off of a bus from New Jersey and Ohio and Florida to celebrate Mother Teresa's 100th birthday. And it was called magical thinking and hypnosis, because most of them thought I was her, or wanted me to be her. And a man from India came to me with his son, and he said, "Mother, this is the son that we adopted from your orphanage 18 years ago. Please bless him." So that that made my day. And the other thing that made my day is a real New York couple went by, and the woman said, "Oh, look, honey, look, there's Mother Teresa." And the husband said, or the boyfriend, the man said, "Karen, she's dead." So I thought that was wonderful. That the two different, what's it called, of belief, when belief is suspended belief, group hypnosis, hysteria, and slitting the veil of what's true, what's real.
There's a question here from Leka. "Thank you, Linda. Your generosity as living touchstone appreciated. Kindness is obviously an important step in this phase of your journey, but I wonder about the necessity of causing discomfort and even actively harming as a way to awaken, will this drive to disruption and destruction always be necessary in spiritual transformation? I don't just mean for oneself, but also harming others, thinking old Buddhist parable of teacher striking pupil, causing awakening. Do you have advice on this subject?
Well, I taught performance art, and I had to start writing rules. No blood, no urine, no feces, no semen, no spit, no cutting, no flogging, no etc. What happens, I think, is people study the history of performance, and they see what we did or what was done or what Volkswagen people were nailed to as, oh, this is the way. Well, we have to do that in order to. I see it more as in small groups of supportive groups where where people in sometimes, often, not always, pain elect to use objects that duplicate that pain, or objects doing things to themselves that duplicate the pain. So I had to have rules when I was teaching. No blood, no urine, no feces, no cutting, no. And so they started bringing in puppets, and then the puppets would do the action that would bring the healing, which I thought was brilliant. It was totally brilliant. And
because the body
what was the question?
Well, I mean, I think it's about how to create awakening, a shock might be necessary, and it could involve harming as a way of creating that shock. And I mean, I couldn't help thinking about the importance of pain in feminist performances of the 70s. I just wondered whether whether that could be seen as a form of awakening, that it required a kind of shock to the body, and that self-inflicted pain was part of that.
I think what aspect of the Stations of the Cross, or the shamanic path, but performance is sort of self-shamanically induced healing, and that's shared by before this lockdown, shared by those who witness and help rebirth the shaman or shamaness who's going through the healing ceremony.
And there's just a comment from Jorella saying, love the expression being Holy Spirited. I mean, there's a sense of sort of possession about that, about giving yourself up.
Well, it's especially, I'm old, and my permission as a woman was extremely limited. I was from a very, very small town in upstate New York. But the permission of performance is totally unlimited. And if it's gone into as medicine, is gone into as a group vision quest, if it's embraced as not look at me, Ma, but ma, but in the process, there's look at me, Ma. Look at me, Ma.
Yeah.
Look at me, Ma. Help me, Ma.
There's a comment here from Lecker again saying that, yes, that's exactly it with the comment I had earlier. It could be about breaking expectations. Sometimes this could be a loving hug, sometimes a strike. But Linda, we have gone over quite a bit of time. I think you want to show the Anna Mendieta piece. That would be wonderful.
Yeah, and I wanted to thank Nina, to thank, tell me all the names, please, Nina.
Nina, Elena is with us, Rob, Meg this morning, and all the participants and everybody who have turned up today. I mean, it was a very full and rich day, and thank you. I want to thank you all for your presentations and for your incredible presentations today, and to you, Mary, as well, for being with us from New York. And thank you so much. Okay, I think that's about to start now.
Havana, ooh, na, na. Half of my heart is in Havana, ooh, na, na. He took me back to East Atlanta, na, na, na. All of my heart is in Havana. There's something about his manners. Havana, ooh, na, na. He didn't walk up with that, how you doing? When he came in, he said there's a lot of girls I can do it, but I can't with that. Doing forever in a minute. That's on my night. And Papa says he got Milo in him. He got me feeling like ooh. I knew it when I met him. I loved him when I left him. Got me feeling like ooh. And then I had to tell him I had to go. Oh na 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 na. Havana, ooh na na. Half of my heart is in Havana, ooh na na. He took me back to East Atlanta, na na na. All of my heart is in Havana. My heart is in Havana, Havana, na na.
Jeffrey, just graduated fresh on campus. Fresh out East Atlanta with no mountains. Damn, fresh out East Atlanta. Up on board like a traffic jam. Man, I was quick to pay that girl like Uncle Sam. Here you go, ayy, take it on me. Shout the craving on me, get the beating on me. She waited on me, then what? Shout the caking on me, got the bacon on me. This is history and I'm making on me. Point blank, close range, that beat. If it goes a million, that's me. I was getting moolah, baby.
Havana, ooh na na. Half of my heart is in Havana, ooh na na. He took me back to East Atlanta, na na na. All of my heart is in Havana. My heart is in Havana, Havana, ooh na na. Take me back, back, back. Take me back, back, back. Take me back, back. na.